Hmm. Right. Yeah, there we go. Locked out of my own show. Couldn't get in. Right. We're up. We're kicking. Everything is doing what it should be doing. Well, at least I hope. Right. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The usual suspects. Hello, darlings. How
Est-ce
you
que ça
going?
marche?
Aye. Yeah, I went fired up the Mac Mini and tried to get into it and couldn't because the keyboard'd gone flat. To go,
Oh, brilliant.
where's my USB-C cables? Where's my charger? Where the fuck is anything really?
Is it working?
You
Yeah.
is?
Oh, it is. Okay.
I've got some
Excellent.
keys saying, you need one of those, Kent.
Is that a bottom spanker?
Do you know what?
USB 3 to fucking USB A.
I got one.
Oh, okay.
It
No,
might be in the workshop. In the place is a mess.
And Andy, you wouldn't want your ass smacked with that, mate.
No, I wouldn't. You're dead right.
Nah.
I just don't want. I wouldn't want it anyway. It's all just for show.
He's not that affected. That's what it is. He's just not that. You're not that affected, are you, mate?
Not really.
No, not. It's
It
not
looks
your
like a
area of
probe.
expertise, shall we
Thanks,
say? Yeah, it looks too big. No, I don't like that.
Oh, dear.
So, how you been?
I've been better since I've had my positive test than I was before it.
Okay.
I was rough right up to Thursday night. Did a test Friday morning, and I started to feel better. And it was the first day I was positive.
Well, I was reading somewhere that said that this flu that people were suffering from over Christmas, and people were taking the COVID test, and it was coming up negative. And apparently they're saying actually it might have actually been COVID, and it just was coming up negative because it was a different strain.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
And
So
it's been taking time for it to.
yeah. Well, it's constantly mutating. Yeah, mutating.
Well, the missus has been down with it all week. She came down with it Monday, so it was fucking inevitable I was going to get it.
Yeah.
But we're glad that it's out of the way now because we've got a dad's funeral week tomorrow. So, get all that shit out of the way, and at least we're fucking clear for that.
Yeah.
Not
all
that that's something
things.
we're going to look forward to, really.
Oh God. Oh, what a weekend.
Go on, what's happened, mate?
OB4 voice. Yeah. Oh, the schematics, hand drawn with a biro.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You'd think, Ibrahim have had time to sort of like revisit those schematics and improve them, but nah, fuck it. It was all right back then. It's all right now. So it's a little hard to read. So.
But did you get there?
Oh no, it's such a bag of cats. It really is. It's really, really screwed up. This one. It's just
Cats.
well, you got just one SEM. Yeah, just one SEM, right? You got two VCOs, and on the keyboard, the first 6 keys play the same pitch, and then it very, very slowly goes up in pitch, and then gets wider and wider as you go up the keyboard. And the other VCO works backwards, and it goes down in pitch as you go up the keyboard. That's just one SEM. Never mind the other 3. The other 3 are, my God. Oh, yeah.
Do you ever? How often do you give up the unequal struggle? I mean, I know that you said my base station was like, oh, that's a very poorly synth. No chance. How often does that happen that you have to say, I'm sorry, but this is just fucks beyond repair?
Not as often as you think, but what a lot of it's linked to the initial value, whether it be monetary or the other one.
Sentimental.
Thank you. So if the sentimental value exceeds the value of the unit, caught him out.
Hey, Dad.
Hey. Yeah, no. If the value exceeds the monetary value of the unit, then it's not really worth it, is it? But if it has a, like you say, a sentimental value that goes beyond that, then fine.
Yeah.
So that's mostly when I turn them down. But normally I get these absolute dogs, but they're worth 30 odd grand to somebody. It's like, got to stick it out. So there you go.
Yeah. And I know Behind Poor Boys falls into that category.
It does indeed, yes. So
Yeah. Nice Blue Peter badge, or is that?
That's
Is
a boo. That's a boo.
is it a
Peter
boo badge?
It's a boo Peter badge.
Oh, I want a boo badge.
I just buy one. You just buy it on the Bandcamp.
All right, I will.
I didn't get them to send me one because the debate was whether they were going to send them to people
Oh, I know,
just
it
to
was-
subscribe, which didn't seem very fair. So I bought one.
Oh, you didn't have to slip in elephant shit to get one then.
Yeah,
or drive a steam engine through the scenery.
exactly.
Yeah. Have we got an echo? Echo.
There is a bit of an echo. Don't know where it's coming from.
I reckon
that
it's
better?
when. Yeah, I thought it'd be you again.
I had my amp on.
Oh. Isn't it a bit heavy? Don't go with that
all your
jumper.
fault.
Yay.
This is only because I took my mother out for lunch today. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm wearing a shirt and
Yeah.
a jumper, a woolly pulley.
What about the earring? Did you take it out or leave it in?
I left it in.
Oh, good man. Because it says, look,
This
earring,
is
don't mess
alternative,
with
doesn't
me.
it? This is alternative.
Yeah. It said, yeah, I'll fuck you up. The starters better be good. So,
Well, I had a nice occurrence today.
ooh,
Honestly, yeah, really.
was there enough
really
paper
nice.
left over?
There was. There most definitely was.
Good man. Go on, sorry.
I was, on a Sunday, I look after an old gent who lives in Raw Marsh in Rotherham, and I go and do a bit of cleaning, do a bit of shopping. So I went down to the Asda, down the road, and pulled into the car park, pulled into this parking space, and just as I was taking my seatbelt off, I glanced over to the car next to me, and in the car next to me, I thought, I know that bloke. Oh, that's Paul, as in Paul Balfour, another culture who was in the chat, who's an imammer,
Yeah.
Derby imam and Sheffield imam and things like that. I went, that's Paul. So I got out of my car, I went, hello, Mr. Balfour. And he looked at me as he didn't recognise me. He went, oh, bloody hell, Andy, I didn't recognise you with a beard. So me and Paul had a really, really nice chat in the car park at Asda today. That was really lovely. It proper made my day. That did. That was really lovely. And as Paul was mentioned, Jamie mentioned on the Energia since, Paul's having a birthday bash. He's put up details on Facebook. It's in a church, I think. The venue is a church, I guess, because they've got the space and the equipment. Well, in Rotherham, Jim will be there, and Jamie will be there, and a number of others. I think Dots are coming over as well. So it looks like it's going to be an interesting little bash. It's like a mini EMOM over in Rotherham on next Saturday. It's about 7:00.
Yeah.
So if anybody's in and around the area and they're
in
interested in
London.
coming, oh, Ian
He's in the big
Sorry.
smoke.
is
I'll
in the
be
big
next
smoke.
year watching Frankie Boyle.
Oh,
Oh.
well, yeah, I would enjoy. But yeah, so if anybody's in the sort of Sheffield, Rotherham, Doncaster area and fancies a night of electronic music, then Paul Balfour's bash, 60th birthday bash. It's been postponed a year and then was postponed a week because of the snow. So,
God dear.
oh yeah, sorry. Jim's just said Aurora Project, not another Kucha. Sorry, Jim, you're dead right. Yeah, Aurora Project. Silly me, slap my head. Get the right names. Paul Balfour, anyway. He's having a birthday bash.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I might not be there.
You might not be there.
No. When we sort of-
It's 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah.
Really?
Becoming, yeah,
What? 1991?
90-10, the closer it gets
Yeah.
to like, no, unfortunately. But there you go. Yes. So, go on in. Tell us a joke then. Entertain me, bitches.
What goes 99 plonk?
Go on.
Centipede with a wooden leg.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know you were a double act.
We are.
Yeah. Oh, good.
It's the only
All right.
joke I really know.
Really?
Yeah, I'm crap. at
You got to
jokes.
expand your repertoire, mate.
I know.
Open it
Yeah.
up. Open it up.
What's brown and sticky?
Stick.
Exactly.
What do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back?
A stick.
I see we're working from the bottom and working our way up.
Oh, these are
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, we're supposed to go first.
Keys to the top of the pile.
What's black and white and red all over?
None on a meat hook.
That's not what I was expecting, but it works. Oh dear.
And not an assassinated zebra.
Yeah, Nessa. Come on.
Um,
There's you know, you know, like Christmas cracker jokes. These are
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah. Pull another one.
Oh. Do I have
None
to?
on a meat hook.
None on me. Okay. Come on, keep it together, Matt. Keep it together.
Yeah. Whoa, whoa.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Yeah. Oh, sometimes the more stupid they are, the better.
Yeah, exactly. Can't beat a daft joke.
No, you can't, can you? Not even with a stick. This thing.
No, a few days. You got to bear with me.
What's green and red and goes round and round and round and round and round and round and round?
Frog in a blender.
Spot on. Yeah,
He knows
thank
them all, doesn't he?
He does
you.
actually.
He knows what these go back to my primary school days.
Punch
Punchline repertoire.
Never thought of doing stand up, Matt.
He's having trouble doing that at the moment.
Yeah.
I thought of doing sit down, Matt. Sorry.
Yeah.
He thought about laying down on the carpet and just going, you know. Pay a pound to see that.
Okay.
What does the house?
What does the house
Inky
wear?
said was the houseware. Yeah.
What does a house wear? Oh God, I'm not going to say it. Go on. You know all the answers, Matt. Go for it.
Not a house coat.
A house coat. It's got to be a house coat, hasn't it?
I would have thought so.
A dress. Oh God. Oh.
Actually-
That's
Yeah, actually,
brilliant.
it's better, isn't it? Really, it is better, actually. Okay.
Moving on. Moving swiftly.
Yeah,
on.
moving swiftly. Though.
Right. What's your favourite Encyclopedia Britannica entry? No, okay, let's move on from that one as well.
What the fuck does your screen name mean?
You have to look it up.
Don't ask me. I'm just being an ass. Insight lies tenedos. Est in
Is that
conspictu
like a
insight.
product or something?
Is what?
Is Tenedos a sanitary product or something?
No, it's not. It ought to be. It's an island just off the coast of Troy, behind which the Greeks hid their ships. So it's from Virgil's Aeneid, Book 2. Insight lies Tenedos,
Yeah, I didn't think
an
of looking in the
island
sea.
well known by report. The Greeks hid their ships behind the island, and the poor Trojans thought that they'd buggered off, and then they all came out, found the wooden horse on the beach, and went, "Oh, look, a wooden horse!"
Took it.
And they said, "We've got to take this in. It's an offering to the gods." And Laocoon, the high priest, said, "No, this is really bad. I fear the Greeks even when they leave gifts." And he whammed his spear into the side of the horse. At which point, a sea monster appeared and took him and his son into the depths and ate them both. At which point, all the people of Troy went, "Oh, it must be a sign from the gods," and they took the Trojan horse into Troy, and the rest is ancient history.
And the rest is.
Where bar was found.
It's not bollocks. It's amazing. The stuff that
Yeah, I know, but it
spawned,
didn't
it's
happen.
amazing.
Didn't happen. Nobody's that
Who
fucking
cares?
stupid.
Who
If they
cares
did,
whether it happens or not?
they deserve to get beaten.
The- the
Oh,
pro-
look,
the
they've
problem-
done
Romeo,
just a-
bloody Juliet didn't
Hang on a
happen.
minute,
It
hang on.
performed everywhere all over the world.
where are we going to put this fucking horse?
The problem is the sea monster came out and ate them. That's where that's where it all falls down, Andy.
What?
No, it
That's
doesn't.
the bit where it all falls
No.
down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a gift of the gods. Laocoon landed his spear into the side. The sea monster ate him, and the people train went, "Oh dear, it really is a gift from the gods. We've got to take it in." Because Laocoon disrespected it, that's why he got eaten by the sea monster. Come on, it's classics. It all makes sense. You overstep the line, the gods will fuck you up the arse.
Well, they've been pretty lax lately.
What, the gods are the arses?
Yeah, they have not kept their eye on the ball there, I tell you.
No, I know, but it's...
Fuck me.
sorry, but you did ask the question.
I know. I know.
I've no
I'm
idea
sorry.
what
I'm
I'm
trivializing your expansive knowledge.
No, it's just crap.
I
saying, oh,
apologise.
A-level Latin, but I love it.
A level? I don't remember anything like that in A level. Oh, I didn't do like A level. I didn't do A level anything.
Neither did I.
No, I didn't.
Nah.
I left school at 14.
Yeah. I got the go and earn a trade. Earn a trade.
Yeah,
I
my dad
left
said,
home at
get
15.
yourself an apprenticeship.
Yeah. So it was 1979. So I thought, oh no, I'll become a handsome cab lamp fitter.
Yeah, I
Couldn't get
became
to
a
work,
painter
though.
and decorator for a year, for 18 months.
Oh, okay.
Thought, I don't want to do this for the rest of my life. Sorry,
I was a greengrocer for 17 years.
I didn't want to do it for.
Why couldn't you find a door?
It was the only thing I was ever good at.
Really?
I mean,
Believe it or not.
Spuds and sprouts.
I
bet you could toss them into a paper bag from a distance, couldn't you?
could toss a lot of things into a bag from a distance, but when it's not
I mean,
cold,
I've heard that about you. I've heard you put your spuds in a bag before.
That's how low. That's how low
listen,
this goes.
you want to see the state of my plums when I've finished.
Oh dear, they look a bit bruised. Oh my lallies. Yeah.
oh, don't start on that.
No, all right then.
Okay,
I mean,
That
it is
sounds like you've
70
got
years
COVID,
old.
Matt. That sounds like you got COVID, mate. You want
I've
to look
got-
after that.
I am.
Yeah. Wrap it up in a blanket.
Yeah.
GCSE whimsy. GCSE whimsy.
That's RE, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell was RE all about? Religious education.
Ah, well,
And I was an ex-Catholic, so it did
Yeah.
me a lot of good, didn't it?
they go, God is good, God is great, God is benevolent. God killed all the firstborn.
Yeah.
How's that work?
Yeah. And the
No,
idea
God
is that
didn't
I
kill
can
all
do
the
anything I want.
firstborn. Herod killed all the firstborn.
Oh, he's
Not
just-
God. Come
It
on,
was a
wake you.
plague. I saw the film.
Oh, it must be right then.
An
Silly me.
all-encompassing
Ugh.
God that created the entire universe and goes, locusts, that'll fuck them up. Okay.
It's room for humour. I know. Well, that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've had that cigar for ages, Matt.
This one, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just change the coil every few
What's
weeks.
on your t-shirt,
Yeah,
Matt?
me too.
It's from
A
an
sleeping dog.
American-
Mostly snot.
It was the other day.
Yeah.
It's from an American car show called Roadkill.
Oh, okay.
Roadkill.
Yeah, they stayed up all night thinking that
It
one.
looks like it's asleep.
It is
rather
a
than-
sleeping Staffordshire Bull Terrier, but it was on the show, and they released this T-shirt to support American dog foundations and things like that.
Right.
Sweet.
So yes,
Cool.
My Hardware Jams t-shirt never turned up.
What do you order? Where do you order it from?
Apparently it's in America. Where they've had the money, but I should get back in touch and say, excuse me, where's my t-shirt? And they'll
Yeah.
probably say, oh, it was sent.
Where's
So
my
you-
shit?
UPS will have sent it to Finland or somewhere, you know.
There is problems with America and shipping because, like I say, I've lost 2 orders.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Inky the other day, and yeah,
Yeah. One
all
of them,
hers have arrived, just mine hasn't.
one of them was way before Christmas. And the guy didn't contact me for 3 months. And I'm thinking, well, it's, 3 months ago I sent this to you. It's a bit late now for me to be able to, I can track it to leaving the UK, but after that I have absolutely no chance, And it's anyway. Such is the life of retail.
I've been waiting for, was it 6 weeks, 8 weeks, something like that, for 2 USB cables to come from the US.
Yeah.
Why have you ordered USB cables from the
Because
US?
I need right. I'll tell you what it was. I got a new audio interface, and the moment I plugged it in, I got a ground loop on my system.
Right.
So I thought, right, eliminated everything. It can only be this new interface. So I thought, well, the only way I'm going to get around that is because I've tried everything else. It is by ground lifted USB cables.
Did you actually try a ground loop eliminator?
Everything but, yeah.
Well,
Got
you can buy them quite cheaply. I've got one kicking around here somewhere. They're not that expensive, and
Right.
they do work.
Right, but what have you got a recommendation?
If I can
Please?
find. These are not very expensive. Just works like that. Just put it on. So you'd put that on an audio. Where's my camera? So put it in line with something, and that is it from AV Link.
Right,
RCA. This is an RCA one. They probably do other ones as well. RCA ground loop isolator.
Okay, thank you.
Not expensive. Should be less than a tenner.
Right, I'll have a look.
And get one with the ends that you want on.
Yeah, because all my cabling's balanced. Everything's. I've been through everything, and it's the interface that's doing it. There's no doubt of it. So, yeah, just a ball ache, really. I've actually gone back.
Ground loops.
I've gone back to an old USB one that I had just for the time being because I was getting so much noise through the monitors. It was driving. It was almost unusable. So I was just.
Oh, that's yeah.
Pain in the ass. But there you go. All good fun when you upgrade stuff and it don't work properly, isn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah, that killed that, didn't it?
No, we were just all sort of like all upset for you.
Oh, bless you, darling.
Sort of like, oh, it's a shame.
How many's that now, Andy? Is that 5?
This is number 4. Number 4.
Yeah, but they're small glasses, aren't they?
Yeah,
It's
but
85% proof.
they're pint tins. I don't care.
Aye.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm not staying long because I'm going to go and do an Ian.
Oh no! Oh yeah.
Yeah. I've got to go and see my wife in half an hour. Well, not even that, actually. 20 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd pop in for half an hour or so. And
Yeah. Well, I don't think it'd be a long one. What would it been Sunday? And I got.
I've heard that before, Ken.
Yeah. Well,
and I'll come back and see you about 12:30.
No, I do have people coming tomorrow. So I fear.
Have you got much going on at the moment apart from that 4 voice? Or
Yeah.
go on.
Where do you want me to start? Let's
What's
see.
going on?
Still got the DX1 to finish. I got a up 2600. I got 2 CR78s. I got 2 Mini Mogs. One of them's an RA. Let me think. What else is there? There's a OB8. There's an OBXA. There's an OBX. There's a CS50. There's a CS80. A PS3200. What else is there? There's that Maplin 3800 I got finished. What else is there? Let me think. 2 DX7s.
I wouldn't do
something
them.
else.
Just leave them.
I have to do at least one of them. At least one of them. Because it's Ty's one. I must do that one.
Oh, he don't need it.
Oh, no, this one's it contains sentimental value.
But that when he's
Oh, is that
made
the
it
one
fun,
that's...
isn't
Yeah.
Mm.
I know it's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've got to put a new front panel on it, and a new decal for it. I can't remember who I was talking to, and they said, "Oh, yeah, I had to do one on a DX7 not long ago." I went, "Oh yeah," and he goes, "Complete fucking bastard to do." I went, "Oh, thanks for the encouragement. Looking forward to that." So he said, "Oh yeah, and you're trying to get it on, you got to get it just right before you let it go down." And I go, "Well, no, you spray water all over it first, and then you put it down, then you just move it where you want it, and then squeegee it out. That's all you do. That's all you got to do." And he went, "Oh, I didn't know that." Okay. That's what comes from building all those controllers. Yeah, get those, what do you call them, atomizer bottles. Fill it up with water and mild, very mild washing up liquid, preferably lemon, and just a little bit. Shake it all up and just pss, 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 all over the panel. Put your sticker down, and of course it doesn't stick because it's wet. And you get it exactly where you want it, and then you just go like that, and all the water comes out, and it sticks on. Little trick. Next time you need to put on a big sticker.
It's a bit like doing window tinting and things like that. That's how they used to do that as well, isn't it?
Exactly the same process, yeah. And because I must admit, I had to remove one of those stickers from one of the controllers a couple of years later, and I couldn't get it off. It would not come off. I took advantage of it. There was a day where it was absolutely pissing with rain, so I did them outside. Brilliant. Didn't even need the atomizer.
Fucking hell, you twat.
I'm trying to think of any jokes I heard lately. Oh, well, here's a shit one.
Go on.
Go on, build it up a bit then, Ken.
Yeah. Oh, it needs building. All right. So, Liam Gallagher gets locked out of his car. So he phones up his brother, the talented one that's musical.
Paul.
What's his name? No.
Paul.
No.
Paul.
Yeah. Paul. Yeah, Paul.
That's
All right,
orbital.
Paul. You know. And he goes, kid, he says, I'm locked out of my car. He goes, I can't get in. What am I going to do? He goes, so now goes, he says, I got a coat hanger here you could use. You know, bend the little hook on the end and put it down between the glass and the top of the door, and you get. He's gone Irish now, you know. He goes, you pull the thing, and it pops the door open. And he goes, that'd be great, kid. Can you get over real quick, like, you know, because it's starting to rain and I've left my top down.
My record for getting into a
Now,
night.
nobody knew up until tonight that Noel Gallagher was Irish.
I'm going to say, I thought it was going to put in there for a minute.
It was just like, you know, kids, you know, yeah. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on? And he goes, Jesus, the Gallagher, you can't get it down there. What?
My
Yeah.
record for getting into a 1979 Ford Fiesta was 10 seconds. You know the strapping that they use around boxes? Exactly
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah,
Around the
yeah.
door frame, on the button, click.
Yeah. I think it was the Mazda 323. You do that on the door panel and it pops open.
Half a
see.
tennis ball.
Yeah.
Half a tennis ball.
Yeah. Like that.
I do
Yeah.
remember in the-
That thing over the key, yeah.
I do remember in the 80s, you used to be able to go down the local garage and borrow a set of keys, this big ring of keys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
And you give them a fiver. You get your fiver back, by the way. You give them a fiver just so that you know, and they give you the keys. And then you walk up, unlock the car because I left my keys in it, you know, and then drive back down, get me fiver back. It was brilliant. It was fantastic. You know.
Do you know what? I could hear the groans from the chat room from here.
What your job?
From that joke I did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Inky said, "Oh dear," so that You know, that's
Says everything, doesn't it?
that's cutting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If Inky thinks it's shit,
Yeah.
Jesus. Fucking hell. Doomed. Hey, doomed.
Mum's Metro. Yeah.
Was that thing with the fucking coursers? What was it? Coursers or Novas? Where you
Oh, the Vauxhall Nova, yeah.
yeah, you could turn you pull the hazard light switch out, turn it 180 degrees, put it back in, and it would override the ignition.
I do remember because the first car we ever bought, Jane, was a little Mini, an old Mini, you know, the original Mini, and the ignition lock was so warm that you'd start the car and take the key out and put it back in your pocket, and then drive off. You'd have to get the key out too, actually, because you'd be driving along, it would fall out, so you had to take it out. You know, it was that loose. So you put it somewhere safe and then think, oh, well, I want to turn the engine off. Where's the bloody key gone? Brilliant. Loved that car. It was like driving a sports car. It was so low down, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I had a Metro, Mini Metro. It was my second car. Fucking hell, that thing. Yeah, I hated it. But no, that Mark 1 Fiesta was something else. Fuck.
Oh, yeah. You know the old line about the Mark 1 Fiestas. There's a saying, isn't it? As one door closes, another opens.
Yeah.
I had a Ford Fiesta like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but fucking hell. That was in the days when it was my first car, so you can imagine what I was like with it. Fucking, I scoured the scrapyards in Torbay, and back then there was a few of them. It ended up with pretty much an XR2 interior in it for about 200 quid. I mean, it was about half the value of the car, but yeah,
Yeah.
fucking brilliant.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I chased my brother-in-law across Salisbury Plain in that thing. He was in a 525 BMW and I was in that, and it was a 1 litre 1100 engine, and I was doing 100 mile an hour in it. I had 4 forward gears. I mean, how the fuck I didn't blow it up? I was on my way to my granddad's funeral at the time. I'm surprised I made it. Yeah, fucking great little car that was.
I do remember when Jane and I went and test drive it. It was a Fiat. Can't remember which one. It was one of the little Fiats. And so we
Punto?
took this. Yeah, could have been.
Yeah, little Punto.
Yeah, little. No, actually, because I've had a Punto, and it wasn't a Punto. It was smaller than a Punto.
Panda.
Panda. It was a Panda.
Ah, yes.
And we had no money, and it was cheap, was this thing. So we set off down the road, came to the first roundabout, tried to slow down, and it had no brakes. It literally had no brakes. So we went round the roundabout, and, you know, like, through the gears, I managed to get it to stop pretty much back inside his house and give him the keys back and said, thanks very much, mate, but you do know it's got no brakes. He went, oh, no, I'm sure it's all right now. I said, you can tell you it doesn't stop.
I probably just used that tree.
Yeah. Oh, I'll get them sorted. Do you want to come back and try it again? No, you're all right.
Like, one of the nicest small cars I've ever been in. My ex-brother-in-law used to collect Metros. He used to collect the Tickford ones. Fucking hell, there's some cars. I mean, they're Metros basically, but Jesus, what Aston Martins or Tickfords used to do to them. He had.
No, them at all.
They only did about 27 or 28 of them. Basically, the coach builders for Aston Martin's company called
Right.
Tickford,
Yeah.
who did all the. They did things like the Puma Racing, the Ford Puma Racing. They took the Escort Cosworths, things like that. They took them and they fucking tightened them up.
They used to do the Caprice, didn't they?
Yes, was it
Yes.
the Brooklands or was it the?
I'm going to say,
Tixford did the 3 litre Capri. They did a Tixford version of it. It was fucking pocket rocket.
That's right. I had the chin spoiler and all that bollocks on it. Well, they took 27 mini Metros and they basically fucking went through it. He had one which was, I think there was $4,000 worth of leather in the interior. The only thing that wasn't leathered up inside it, apart from the glass, was the floor. It was all accents to fucking carpet. And,
wow.
oh, mate, what a fucking car that was. But yeah, and he's killed every one of them. Destroyed them all. But yeah, fucking beautiful little cars they were.
There is an interesting little motor friend of mine's looking at one at the moment, which is it's a Volvo Sugger TP21, and it's a Volvo saloon car from the 50s, very sleek and everything, and then they put it on a truck chassis. Right, so essentially it's like like the Bigfoot. Well, imagine that in 1957. Yeah, and technically it was a military vehicle. And it was, and there's one of them knocking about up in Coventry, apparently sitting around doing nothing. He might get it, he might not, I don't know, but it'd be interesting. But he's already got a 1956 Ford van that's absolutely immaculate. But I'd never heard of them before, so I looked them up on Google. It was like, fucking awful.
How is it spelled?
I think it's SAGGA.
Right, I'll have a look.
It's something like Volvo Saga TP21.
Right, okay, I'll have a look at that. I love all strange shit like that. Just buggers who go and do stupid stuff. Ian's typing away.
Sorry, I'm just.
No, don't apologise.
I'm working. I'm working, guys. This is actual work.
No.
There's a guy who wants to buy a guitar, quite expensive guitar bag. So I'm just replying to him now at, what time is it? 9 o'clock? 9:30 on a Sunday evening.
9:30 on a Sunday. That's keen. That's keen, mate.
Yeah, well, I could do I could do with the money.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, don't. Luke was sitting there the other night fucking sending me pictures of all his guitars. When we went through Birmingham picking up Paulie up on the way to Synfest, he clocked this guitar shop just at the corner of his, oh, right, okay, and carried on driving. He hunted them down, and they've got a sale on at the moment. He's sending me all these pictures of fucking guitars. Oh, Dad, look at that. Dad. Fuck off, Luke. I'm sitting indoors with a credit card. Don't do this to me. Bastard. And fucking Gretches and things.
We used to be dealing for Gretches.
It's Volvo
Nice
Saga
guitars, actually.
PT21. Okay.
What was that about Gretches, Ian?
We used to deal with them when we had the actual bricks and mortar shop. They were nice guitars. Although usually what would happen is they would come in and they would need some setup. You couldn't, you wouldn't want to buy one from a drop shipper or something like that because they literally did need to be played and they needed to be set up properly. But they're nice guitars.
Well, when I bought mine, I had mine set up. I had it originally, and it was lovely to play as it came. But then I had the stroke, and it was like, oh fuck, I can't do it anymore. So it went off to a local luthier who set it up, But I've not been able to play it properly since, so it's just sat in the corner. Beautiful bloody guitar.
Yeah.
Hang on. Beautiful machine. Oh, I'm gonna do a Robbie now. Oh fuck. Yeah. This is my little baby.
Oh, lovely.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
It is a really nice guitar. It's fucking dusty though. But yeah. Just hasn't been played. I remember when I bought it, Luke said to me, he said, "Oh, Dad, when you die, can I have that?"
Oh, that's not
So
fair,
it can't go anywhere now.
The best guitars that ever came set up, literally out of the box, were a French company called Lag.
Yeah.
They're not expensive, and we loved them. Actually, we sold loads of them, and then stupidly, Lag in France decided the UK distributor had been with them for decades and had built the brand up to some extent. It's one of those sort of things like you were never going to sell. They're never going to be Fender, but many acoustic guitars or semi-acoustic guitars, and they literally would come. They would arrive and they would be tuned. So you didn't have to literally. I mean,
but that must be difficult because shipping them.
Yeah,
surely.
exactly. I don't know how they did it. I mean, we would check them, and it was pretty much in tune. Because normally what happens is guitar is detuned for shipping, But these things, and the quality of them is absolutely superb.
Wow.
And so the distributor lost the agency because Lag wanted, I don't know, whatever the politics of it were really. They went with somebody else, which pretty much killed the brand. And we would still have people sort of ring us up like a year later, because we didn't deal with this other company, and we were still loyal to the original distributor. In fact, I've still got an account with them, and I still buy their. They do a Hofner and Trace Elliot and things like that. And we thought it was actually quite a nasty thing for Lag to do, really. I tell you who it was. I think it was Gibson. Gibson took over the distributorship, and Gibson would only put it in Gibson shops. Now, the way that Gibson do business is they demand how many guitars and which brand, which type of guitars you're going to stock. Fender do the same, to be fair. And we said, when we're a small shop in East Yorkshire, we can't afford to spend £100,000 on guitars. We're not a guitar shop. We're a general music shop. We do brass and woodwind and all these other things and synths and all this sort of stuff. So we were never gonna take Lag, and most of the it's sort of pretty much killed the brand, which is really quite sad.
Shit, isn't it, when things like that happen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Boom.
Hey.
Yes.
I'll be just a moment.
This is turned into a fucking guitar
Where is
shop.
it? Where is it?
I'll do
Hey,
an
there we
axe
go.
off.
It's actually
Look
a
at that, man.
Nice guitars.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it myself. This thing here, the Picard. They got GFS pickups, the 70s disco, whatever that is. And it's got a switch for the bridge bucker. For the bridge pickup, so it can be in a out of phase.
Nice. That's a really nice colour though, that green, isn't it?
It's good, isn't
It
it?
is.
Got a
And
bass like that.
I remember this was the first thing I bought when I came to England, and it cost me 170. And it's great guitar. Wow, that is good.
This is Ibanez.
So what are these things?
And
The planks, actually. They're just bits of wood with some strings on them.
This is like going into Haley's boy's bedroom because there's
Oh, good God.
that's pretty.
oh yeah,
All right, yeah.
I do love a Gretsch. They are pretty looking guitars.
they're amazing. What you've been saying that they need a setup. It used to be with the last 2016s. Since then, the new Electromatic is much better.
See, that's a 2005, so that's quite an old
Yeah,
one.
there's got the sense then. But these new ones is just straight away to the show. The little thing doesn't want to sleep.
Right, I'm going to pop off for a bit.
I have to too. I
No-
have to tell
no-
it
nothing.
off.
So I'll see you guys later. If you're still here later, Ken, I'll be back.
Oh, I do.
Right. See you later. Cheers.
Take care.
Cheers, guys.
They're dropping like flies.
Yeah. Andy's buggered off on the phone, isn't he?
Yeah.
How's the good lady?
Well, better than nothing, I suppose.
You're not watching, is she? Because you're fucking dead.
Oh, mate, we do this to each other all the time. All the time.
That's what me and Haley like. Just rip the piss out of each other.
Yeah.
Well,
And well, what it does is you can't have an argument.
no, because you can work it all out through humour, can't you?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like when you sort of like constantly taking the piss out of each other and seeing who can, push that line a little bit further. If you were to have an argument, the lines where an argument becomes nasty are so far away, you can never get there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. No, it's like I say, it's how we do it. We just fucking wind each other up all the time. It just never gets to a point where we have an argument. I don't think.
Yeah. It was like she was cooking some steaks tonight, and she goes, And I've come in from the workshop, and she goes, "Oh, your meat won't be long." And I go, "Yeah, well, I'm 60. What are you fucking expecting?" Like that, you know. And she goes, "Well, I hadn't noticed." So, and that's what we do.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll make you right. I'll make you right. See, when I was married before, she was constantly trying to be clever and just vicious in front of me
Yeah.
about me to other people.
Oh, that's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, but I mean, I had a comeback that she could never answer. You know, people, she'd be, "Blah, blah, blah, blah," and they'd look at me and go, "How do you put up with this?" And I'd just look at them and say, "It's all right for you. I have to fuck it," you know.
Yeah.
And she'd go, "It's got no answer for it."
Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, me and Haley, we just sit there and wind each other up, take the piss, and it just works. So, yes. You all right there, Mr. Homeless Dave?
Yeah, sorry about that. Dad rang,
So,
so had to do family obligations, which is nice. Working out all the plans and where people will be at certain times, you know. So yeah, there we are.
as long as everything's all right.
Yeah. Okay.
Where did Robert disappear to? Yeah, I noticed Robert popped in and
He came in
disappeared
the
again.
shop, cut the guitars, and then buggered off again.
Oh, did he? All right.
Well, Ian had mentioned the
Hi,
brand.
Robert.
Ian had mentioned the brand of guitars, and Robert literally had one of them sitting there. So,
All right. So he just popped in to whip it about in front of all of us.
he,
Yeah,
he was
okay.
waving his wood around, yeah.
I don't think my guitar has a brand.
Uh,
Do you know what? Some of the nicest sounding guitars I've ever picked up weren't branded.
Mm. Yeah, I've got no idea what that one is.
I had
I'm not quite sure where I've got it.
that's like a black Strat copy, isn't it?
I think it might be. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I had a Lindo.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't know if one fell out of a tree on me.
I had a Lindo. That was really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice. But yeah, Haley's boy's got that now. Funny enough, he's nicked all my fucking guitars. I had a Yamaha one, a digital one you could plug in via MIDI, and you could actually trigger synths from it. And he's nicked that. And what else has he got? He's got 2 electrics, an acoustic, the digital one, and a fucking bass. And he sits there switching between them all the time. He loves it. Absolutely loves it.
if he's using them, that's cool.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he's obsessed with music. He's the only 15-year-old I know that has an obsession with buying vinyl, and he don't buy it what you would expect 15-year-olds. He's out buying like David Bowie and Pink Floyd
Nah,
and fucking.
I'm going to come in and out on that, Matt. I know lots of them.
Do you?
Well, in my day job, yeah, I come across them all the time. Obviously,
First time I've
it's
heard of
it's a real thing that the younguns are rediscovering vinyl, and they are rediscovering the classics of popular music with a capital P, if you know what I mean. And they're really, I mean, a year 7 kid, honestly, I mean, year 7, 11 years old, 12 years old, and we were talking about Joy Division. It was like, you what? How do you know? How do you know? He was going, oh, yeah, Transmission's my favourite. It's Ace, you know. And I'm going, yeah. I said, that's mad. I said, I was your age when that track was in the charts, if it was in the charts at all. I said, I only discovered Joy Division after they'd ceased to exist. You know, I said, and I was like amazed. But we get a lot of that, you know. And I find it really gratifying because I talk to them about these things, and they say, well, yeah, well, all the stuff that's in the chart is rubbish, isn't it? You know, you go back, you've got to go back to find where the quality is.
Yeah.
Which is in some ways a bit depressing.
Not
You know,
really,
but
because all that means is that we grew up in a real golden era of music.
But there's still some really cracking music out there by people now. I mean, listen to Radio 6.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's changed. I don't think there's like there was better music back then than there is now. What it is the industry changed, and there is no room for quality music.
There's no room for creativity, is there?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
interest or
it's box
quirkiness
it's
or
really box shifting now.
yeah, which is sad.
And that's because the quality music today is the stuff that you don't find in the charts.
Yeah, it is.
It's pushed out under the door.
Yeah.
That's where it is. There's as many talented musicians today as there ever was, but they
That's-
don't go to the
Do you
the
think?
same
that
places.
front. Yeah.
Do you think the fact that there are less restrictions on? No, not less restrictions. The fact that they had to be really creative when they were recording with the equipment they had at the time.
Oh yeah, limitations
Limitations
Yeah.
make
pushed
for
it
creativity.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
because
Which
I
is-
think there's certainly less limitation there.
Oh God, yeah.
No, I
'cause
mean,
when I only had 2 keyboards, I was writing stuff every week. Now I've got all this, and I'm just going. Oh, I don't know where to start. I don't know. What shall I do?
Yeah,
Because
it's
anything I
choice
can do anything.
paralysis.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm thinking of like cutting a lot of this back because it's not getting used, and other people could make better use of it than me.
This is why I don't own as much. Like people, like I watch PSN and Geo and things like that, and I see all these amazing synthesizers and machines and fucking God knows what. And I think, yeah, but if I had something like that, would I actually bother using it? It's why I've got such a restricted list of soft synths and effects and things like that. Because I can't remember what I've got if I've got a fucking great list.
Yeah.
But like you say, it's choice paralysis. You can be overwhelmed with what you could do. So if you I found if I restrict myself, what I tend to pull out is you have to work for it.
Well, it's damaging as well because I mean, what was it 2 nights ago? I took my Roly Mark 1, took it to bed, set it all up and started playing it. And I'm not kidding you. Compared to the last time I did it, I was like a teenager trying to take a bloody bra off. It was awful. It was a fumble, wrong notes and stuff like that. I go, I can play it better than this. And then I realised I hadn't done it for such a long time,
Yeah.
it's digressed. The muscle memory's gone, and
Is that because it's different to the new Roly that you've
No,
got?
it's not. It's not that different. It's not that different. And I tried it out because I think it was yesterday. I was playing some, 2-handed stuff on the Rise here, this Mark II, and it was the same thing. It was just not good, because I haven't been keeping it up.
Well, yeah, Richard Hilton said about the fact that he had to practice and learn a new way of doing things with it and keep practicing. Yeah, it's not an instant gratification machine. You've got
Yeah.
to learn your instrument.
Well, I know there are certain things that I enjoy using in here, and things that are not getting used. So they're the things that are getting earmarked to fly the coop, and so I can concentrate and then have that limitation again that that sparks creativity and pushing the boundaries more. Because when you can name any instrument, any sound from anything, and I'll be able to get it here. It'll be somewhere here, mostly on the computer, but
Yeah.
anything. And when you've got that much, and you sit down to a blank canvas, and you're going, I have no idea what I should do. Should I do this? I could do this because I can do that, and I could do this because I can do that, and maybe not.
Which route do I take?
Yeah, and you end up taking none.
Yeah. All right, Kent. What are your keepers?
Hydra Deluxe,
Yeah.
the Rises, the Oasis,
Interesting one.
and
Yeah, but he's always said he'd keep the Oasis no matter what.
oh yeah, Cold Dead Hands, mate. And not because of anything it particularly does. That's more of a sentimental thing. I nearly bankrupted myself and my company getting that. so I just can't let it go. 1 or 2 controllers.
I
And that's
remember that controller video you did. That was just funny.
but that's it. I mean, that would be it. That would be it.
Jimmy!
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, indeed.
Oh,
Cool.
Where did that come from? What was the name of that? Do you remember that Scottish guy? Hello. Was he?
Chick Murray.
Was it?
Chick Murray, the comedian.
No. He was like a roving reporter.
Not Ian McCann. No,
No.
he was a fucking weatherman, wasn't
Jim 90. I was going to say that.
He had
He's in Watford.
had the big beard and he was, hello. Yeah. I'm standing here outside a pub in Edinburgh. You know, I can't remember his bloody name.
Inverurie.
Aye.
Here we are
Potter
outside the
about.
pub in Inverurie. And
Aye.
it's wait, they're doing the new dishes with peas.
You'd be after your hole. Yeah, so I can't remember his bloody name. That's going to annoy me now.
And so was Michael Fish. Yes, indeed. Half god, half biscuit.
So there's not much I would need. The computer would really supply just about everything else anyway. So
he? Yeah.
I've got
Yeah.
lots of hardware I'm not using.
Make me a good offer on the Pro 3.
No, make me a good offer on the price.
Yeah, you got that bit arse about face.
I did, yeah, you're dead right.
Yeah. I don't know. What do they go for normally? Do you reckon?
Too much.
Okay, but what is that? What is that? You're finding me very flexible.
Yeah, 45 quid. That'll do. I'll come get it.
45 quid. You really want to go that high with it? I mean,
That's
really?
All right. I'll beat you down. 35 quid.
Oh, you drive a hard bargain.
I'm actually thinking you're getting rid of my fucking virus.
No, not. You want to get rid of the particular virus, not
the
one that you've got
access
to-
virus.
Oh, the hardware
Oh,
one.
so you
Oh,
know
because I thought you'd be hard pushed getting somebody to buy that.
No, don't. No, Matt, don't. That's a keeper.
Uh,
Any variation of virus is a
yeah,
keeper.
but why not run the emulation?
That's exactly what I've got.
Fucking hell, they don't go for that, do they?
The emulation's really good.
Right, who was it? I think it was
Who grabbed?
Inti, who did a comparison of the emulation and the actual virus, and I'm like, please tell, I'm like, I think this is the emulation, this is the virus. I'm like, but if it's the other way around, I'm really happy because I've got the emulation, and it was the emulation sounded better than the virus.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
And the
Yes,
nice thing is
you. Where's the steak? You heretic.
the bin file so that you've either got the B or the C.
Yeah, it's amazing. It sounds absolutely brilliant. So
Oh no, I've tried them both against
Yeah.
each other. I've got the Indigo 2.
yeah,
The only thing that's wrong with my Indigo 2 now is the fucking aftertouch don't work. That
Oh no.
it's never worked. But yeah, other than that, it's a wonderful sounding machine. Just don't use it.
I
'Cause if
think
want
some.
the virus,
I think somebody's having a fucking giraffe here. Hang on. a
go
minute.
on.
Well, let me see if I can call this up. La 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 la.
but yeah, the emulation's absolutely amazing. It's so good.
Wrong keyboard, dickhead.
Yeah, but oh no.
Let's just have a quick look at that, because that doesn't seem right to me. Use reverb. No. Don't see it now. Typical. Don't see it now. I have no idea.
The emulation is free. Really? Whoa. Jim, what are you doing?
You don't need a real virus for the ROM, Asio head, because they're online. You pick them up.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was absolutely gobsmacked. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I fired it because I had trouble getting it working on the Mac, but once I got the PC, it just went straight up. It was like, oh,
Yeah, no, it was fine on my Mac.
'cause
PC beats Mac. Scandal.
no, it doesn't beat Mac. It's as good as in some respects and not as good in others.
Right.
I'm not one of these people that goes, "Oh, Mac is better than PC." It's horses for courses. It's whatever you need it to do.
Yeah,
Some
Good answer.
PC,
Good answer,
PC's
Matt.
excel in some areas, Mac's in others, which is why I got both.
I don't know how to get that across.
Ooh, what are you trying to do, Mr. Spong?
I'll tell you what, I'll put the link in the chat and see if it works. It might take it. So take it. Why don't you? Matt won't take it. Oh, okay. You can't put that in chat, apparently. On my own show. Sam's out of the room. That's interesting. Do the search over here and it doesn't come up. But basically, it's a second-hand Pro 1 for sale. Pro 3, sorry. For 3,800 quid.
Ouch!
Yeah.
Ouch! Oh,
So-
my lord! You
I
can,
think
you
they're
can
only
buy
about, well, they're 2K new, aren't they?
That's the Osmo's paid for, isn't it?
I feel guilty charging that much for it. Stupid. I don't know. Oh, what is it? I mean, what are they worth? I mean, I don't know. It's see, this is why I never get around to selling anything because I'm going.
Oh, who knows? One for Ramsey's price watch, says Wagyu.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit steep, doesn't it?
It does, really. I'm sure 3,000 quid is high.
Well,
I don't think you'd pay that much for a new one.
I think it was closer to 4 than it was 3, to be honest, which is just ridiculous. But I must admit, when I did the same search but on the Mac, it didn't come up. Which is weird, isn't it? So, I don't know.
Have you got the flat one, Kent, or the one that actually lift? That looks like it
It's
lifts up.
yeah, it lifts. That one lifts. Yeah.
So that's the limited edition one. Yeah.
Yeah. They call it as SE or something, isn't it?
Well,
Special
actually,
edition.
Wagyu's just put the Pro 3 SE is lovely. Just muck about with it more.
Oh, I have, and it's not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just that I never use it in any form of anger whatsoever. Because there's stuff I gel with and stuff I don't, and it's no reflection on the equipment itself. It's just that, it's just the way I am. I'm a fussy old fucker, really.
I don't think it's fussy. I think there are just things that you click with, aren't there?
Well, there are things that I think I should have and think I should use, and then just don't get on with them. Like, I don't use the those own force controllers, like what Jim's got.
the soft tube console one.
Soft chip, thank you. Yes, the console one and the fader one. And I know people who swear by them, absolutely swear by them. But I wouldn't know what a compressor was if somebody shoved one up my arse. And when it comes to mixing, I
You'd
don't know
feel
what I'm
it, though.
doing. Huh? Yeah, well, I feel it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I would make anything good from it,
Roll the compressor.
apart from shat it back out again. So, so I'm a man of simple means. I don't know. So I'm going, yeah. I mean, Ty doesn't help. He goes, yeah, you should have one of these. All right, I'll go and get one then. And then I don't use it.
Stop listening to that man. Sorry, Ty.
He's going to come on now and start ripping you new.
You go, I didn't say that.
Culture of Ghost has just said Pro 3 probably has the stiffest knobs out of all of the collection. Stiff knobs.
Oh, well, yeah,
Oh, we're
'cause
back to that, are we? Oh.
I must admit, though, I don't remember them being that stiff.
Obviously lubed them up right, mate.
Oh, no, he's right. Doesn't make a lot of sound.
Can I just say I'm really enjoying watching Jim just wrap his cables up in a nice, neat way. Now he's throwing that on the floor in disgust.
No, I haven't. I was uncoiling this one, my headphone lead.
Have you just had a gig, Jim? Is that why you're doing this now? Is that
Yeah,
what's
last
been...
night.
It's like some sort of
Not-
masochistic reality TV, isn't it?
No, if it was that, it'd be a case of jumble up all the cables.
No.
Do you know what? I think there should be like an OCD cable channel where I do the over and under method.
Oh, that's
Oi,
the,
oi, oi.
No, that's the English method. That's the British method.
No, this is the American method.
Or is that the American?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the American. I had a conversation with Grace about this because
Yeah.
I was winding my cables. She said, "Oh, you do it. You definitely do it the UK method." I said, "Do I? What's that?" And she went, "Oh, this is the American method." And she went on about over and under.
Yeah. Yeah. That way,
Oh.
you don't. Basically, the UK method, where you just go over and over looping, you end up putting a twist in it. The American method, it puts a half twist one way and then the other with each loop, so that the cable never ends up twisted. So you can basically sort of coil it that way, and you can have a spool, and you can run off with like a microphone, say, and it won't have a twist in it when you run off with it. It'll be straight.
Oh, right. We need to
Otherwise, you
go
end
back
up
into
with it.
that.
Yeah, all sort of.
Explains why my cables are in such a fucking mess.
So that's why I use the American method, because it's better.
Oh, there you are.
I do love a bass.
5,000 words on my desk on Monday, please. American is better than British. So was that Kent demonstrating the Pro 3?
That's all you get. Yeah.
It was lovely.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, but like I say, it doesn't get the use. It doesn't get the use it deserves, and the same goes for the Modwave, as well. That doesn't get the use it deserves. That's very nice sounding. And polyphonomically.
I mean, that's the problem I have in here. I mean, all this stuff on this side
Yeah.
it's just not used. So I've got a load of, and it's not quite the same as yours, but I've got a lot of Volkers. I've got my Korg, Micro Korg. I've got my Supernova. And I never touch them because I always go there. See, that's set up to be a performance system, and I can turn around, switch it on, and go.
Hmm.
And I'm looking around the room, and I go, I never use that, never use that, never use that, never touch that. And it's the same thing.
It goes back, yeah, it's what Kent was saying, isn't it? It's what you gel with.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
what fires you.
Yeah, I mean, because I've said things to myself before now where I've gone, well, look, I'm not using that. I'll tell you what, if I'm still haven't found a reason to go over there and use that in 6 months' time, then I think it's time it moved on. And then 2 years later, I'm still looking at it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, bizarrely, like the Minilog, it's an absolutely great synth, but
Yeah.
just never, it's just never happened for me. It's really strange. So that's going. If anybody fancies an OG
How long
Minilog.
have you had that, Jim? You haven't had that very long, have you?
Yeah, I've had it good 18 months or so.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, and literally, I've never used it on a track. Well, not on a finished one. I think I used it on one sort of nearly finished one, but to be honest, I would now use the Sub 37 instead.
Well,
So
Yeah, and there's also this thing you get where, you know, you get your gear lust and you're buying bits and pieces, and the next thing you find that you've got machines that kind of, you know, overlap things that you have as well.
Yeah.
And sometimes they do them better than the things they're overlapping, and it's like, so you don't go near it anymore because you got this one.
I think if you've got a decent analog mono synth, a decent digital poly, and maybe an analog poly, then
Yeah,
you
but
just
see,
get the most out of them.
for me, a decent analog
and a
mono synth,
massive modular system.
yeah, it would be a mini Moog, which I have sitting in the cupboard that has been sitting in there 3 years, next to a VP330. So, no, it's definitely gear overload, and it's not making sense.
Stop making sense. Stop making sense.
God, I don't know if we can set up the other one. Let's have a look. I don't know if that can be done, can it? Let's have a look.
I got a girlfriend who's better than that.
Don't even know how you do this. Let's try that. No, it wouldn't be that, would it? Let me try.
Anyway, lovely gentlefolk of synthesizer land. I'm going to go to bed now. So I will. Yeah, I know might still seem early for you, but I've got to be up at Sparrow Fart tomorrow. So
Oh yeah.
I will. I will love you and leave you and say, Tra, when Jim's finished clanking around and rebuilding and. Oh, he's just started his Atari ST off.
Yeah. God, that takes me back.
Yeah, that was just the sound, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and
they
it was
never
brilliant.
they never changed it.
And it was brilliant. It did just what you needed.
Yeah.
It just bring back the Atari. Anyway, take care, folks. We'll see you all at some point fairly
Cool.
soon, I dare say.
Right,
Right.
yeah,
Andy, take
Big
care.
hugs to everyone.
Brett.
Tra.
It's okay, mate. Ta-da. What are you doing, dog?
There's a patch I need to roll on right there, Dad.
Yeah. He does that out on the lawn as well. So what are you doing? See if this works or not, or it becomes a complete cock up. This is why you need Robbie knocking around. He knows what he's doing. So let's see what that does. Oh, voila. Alright, but can I make that work?
Does anybody else find themselves writing hieroglyphs like this?
No. What is it?
You seem pretty sure.
What is that, like patch notes or something?
Yeah, sort of tweaks to, I think, Digitact settings. I'm not sure. Something like that.
This way I can tell them apart.
It meant something once.
That's why most of the synths, well, all the synths that I own have on-screen editors because I'm too fucking and thick to remember things like that. That's why I could never do modular because it's just like, how the hell do you remember where everything is and what it's doing? It's just like my brain can't cope when I'm watching them on the hardware jams. It's like, hey, what? Oh, hello. Oh, blimey, we're over there. Oh, he's got us over on the.
Yeah. Don't know.
Amen.
The hiss went.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Can't actually hear you. Can
No.
no. Can't hear
Bugging
you.
him. Speaks to Michael.
Do you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, oh. Echo. That.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah. Can hear
it's
you.
still echoing though.
Not for us.
Not,
Not
not-
for you.
no.
All right. Oh, that's okay then. Right, hang on. Let me go and turn the light on.
That's what Kent's room really looks like.
Oh, it's bright.
That is bright.
Right, that's it. Let's get this old cow out of the
Have
way.
you never watched the studio tour videos that he did?
I've been in that room, and what really surprised me is how wide the room actually is, because you see it on
Yeah.
camera and it looks really narrow and long.
Do you know, I've never been up there. I've been to his house twice, but I've never been up there. Because
Let's do it next time.
I go up to see him and Fiona. I don't, you know,
Yeah.
we talk about synths and stuff, but I actually go to see him. I don't go for the keyboards.
Yeah.
So it's never a question of, I want to go in the studio. It's just,
Yeah.
look
Yeah,
at
so it
that.
is actually wider than it
Yeah.
initially looks. All right.
That's some fucking rig, isn't it? Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, be good if I used it.
Is that a sledge at the top, Ken?
What do you want, you lot? Hey? No, I haven't got anything to eat. No. Sorry.
Is that the sledge you bought when you were trying to choose between that and a System 8?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
still,
remember,
I still,
we talked about that. I remember.
I still got the echo. If I pull that one out. Ah, there we go. That's better. There you go. Yeah, so, yeah.
So are you still in love with that memory mode?
Yeah, kind of. But at the same time, I'm starting to think now, would I use it that much? Do you know what I mean? So, if I did get one, I mean, the amount of work that'd be involved in building one, literally from the base up.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not so sure.
Would it not make you appreciate the machine more? If you actually did build it from the ground up?
No, not necessarily, because I've done it so many times.
Right.
If you see what I mean. So,
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's a sensory overload, I think. And it's just like, I just would like to go back to basics and decide what it is I'm doing. But, like so many things, it's sort of like, you know, what if you get rid of something and you find that you need it later and you go, God, silly bastard, I had one of them. I think that might just have to be something I'm going to have to put up with.
Yeah.
You know, so, but you know, there's so many things I'm just not using at all. I'll be honest with you, me and the MPCX, we're not getting on. I struggle to operate it. I really do. I really do.
Well, that's the thing. If it's not serving your purpose, then out it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'd rather give it to Inky because Inky would make use of the bloody thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
More than I ever would. And it seems a waste because for me, gear has its own sentience, if you like.
Go on. Explain.
And well, yeah.
Well, are you
getting
talking
into-
about personality in them?
Yeah, I'm talking about equipment soul here. You know,
Yeah,
cars,
oh.
inanimate objects. But you know, I feel guilty that not getting used, and I think it should be in the hands of somebody who was going to make it sing, because it isn't going to be me.
Nothing wrong with that, mate. I think we've all got an attachment to things in that respect.
Yeah, well, yeah. But I mean, you know, I don't do it to the level of sort of like cuckoo, you know. But yeah, it's a kind of an empathy with equipment and cars, trees, you know, empathy for the world around you, as it were.
Yeah.
So yeah, it irks me, you know, when you see a nice piece of equipment that's fully working and it's covered in dust because you haven't used it. And there'd be somebody who would, you know, break your arm taking it off you
Yeah.
to be able to have it, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
mm.
Well, this is
Like Icing's comment there, I think
Right.
it can be important to keep things out of the hands of people who would make crap with them.
Yeah, they will have to be vetted quite seriously. Yeah. Yeah, if Rick Astley phoned up and said he wanted it, no, fuck off, mate.
Oh, Rick Astley's a dude.
Oh, he is a dude, but I don't think I want him with an NPCX somehow.
Yeah.
So, be like if Hans phoned me up and said he wanted it. No. No, stick with your violas, mate. You're good with them.
You don't want to be responsible for ruining half.
Yeah, can you imagine his entire
Cinematic
credibility going through the
soundtracks.
floor? Yeah. You know why that shit, don't you? Because that fucker back in London. Yeah.
So, boom, boom.
Irresponsible selling. Yeah. So, yeah, well, there you go, isn't it? And I got like, see, another thing. I got a Faderport 16. Never used it.
what?
Never used it. I thought that would be really useful for mixing. What do? I'm there with the mouse mixing on the screen. I'd never go near it.
You see, I got what have
Because
I got?
of the habit, because I've done that for donkey's years. I thought, oh, if I get a Faderport, so I've got an actual hardware mixery thing, that'd be like, no.
I was
Hindbrain goes, no, bollocks, I'm not using it.
I was looking at the 8 because I've got a Remote Zero small one, the Novation one,
Yeah.
and I saw the Faderport 8 and thought, oh yeah, it's, you know, all right. I haven't got round to it yet, but yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you know, because where Robbie was saying about he'd love to try HydroSense, he hasn't got one, he's not in a position to go out and purchase one at the moment. And I said, well, do you want to borrow my one? Because my 49 is sitting here. That's probably the most I've played it this year so far. Just then. And that's fucking criminal. Do you know what I mean?
But if you've got a deluxe sitting in front of you,
Yeah, I know they said, oh yeah, we can hook the two up and then you make them into one big synth and everything like that. And go, yeah, and I've gone and done that, haven't I?
yeah, exactly. That's the thing, isn't it? Just because you can, don't mean you will.
And it's I don't know. I wonder sometimes if I actually enjoy buying stuff more than using it.
There is,
That's true of loads of people.
yes,
And I think it comes from the first 2/3 of my life being fucking stone broke. I mean, broke. I didn't even have a bank account
yeah,
until, 15 years ago. You know, because I didn't earn any money.
yeah.
And suddenly having money and the joy of just going, oh, yeah, well, why don't I just buy it then?
Well, there
Yeah.
you do. There is a buzz from it.
Yeah.
You do
And-
get a buzz from it.
Yeah, and I really, really need to fucking get over it. really, really quickly as well. So, and I do need to do it.
Do you know what? I was talking to Luke yesterday that I actually spoke to him yesterday, but we were talking about him sending me all these pictures of guitars.
Yeah.
And I said, "You're not doing my gas any good." And he went, "What the fuck's that?" Gear acquisition syndrome. And he went,
Yeah.
"I've never heard that." He pissed himself. He said, "Because he's like that with cars and or bits for his car and that."
Mm.
He pissed himself. He said, "I've never heard of that." I said, "Oh yeah, it's a fucking common thing in the synth community. You know, we talk about gas all the time."
Yeah.
And fucking hell, yeah, and it is. There is, you know, I'm positive it's a almost a mental condition.
You see, this is why, you know, when we watch these podcasts, and we got, you know, all our friends in the chat, right? Some of them I've met, lots of them I haven't, but we've spoken and everything like that. But there's some sort of normalization of insanity
Yeah.
that we have by being together because we're all quite similar, so we can relate to each other better. Whereas you go outside of that circle and people are going, "You're fucking nuts, mate. You know, you spend every penny you got buying shit. What's the matter with you?" You know.
That's one of the reasons why I'm so bloody careful about buying stuff. Is because I know that I'm very impulsive, and if I don't stop, sit back, and think, I could get myself in a whole heap of shit. Yeah. Every one of these, even this one, has had. I mean, this all my tattoos have had years
Steve.
of planning and thought.
Hello, all.
All right, mate.
Hello.
Oh,
Oh,
where'd he go?
Yeah, all these have had sort of, you know, because I know that I would be tempted to go, "Oh fuck, I like that. I'll have that done. I'll have that done. I'll have that done." And I have to be very careful with my impulses because otherwise I would end up in a lot of shit.
If you were to suddenly inherit, for some reason, whatever reason it was, you were to inherit, say, 25 grand tomorrow, how long would it be before, even if it's just a thought in the back of your head, would you go, "I wonder if I can get a Jupiter 8?
Realistic, I'll tell you the answer straight away. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't. Because it's not just the fact of owning the JP8, it's knowing that there are A, lasting costs in maintenance,
Mm.
B, is it just the kudos for me for owning a JP8? Would
He's
I
back.
be back?
Sorry about that.
That's all right, mate. And
Would
how is
I-
Melbourne?
Look, it's wonderful on a Monday morning because I'm not working, which is great.
Time
And,
traveller.
Monday already.
I should
Time
be saying
traveller.
tomorrow. So speaking of Jupiter 8s, there's one
Yeah.
in Melbourne for about 30,000 Australian dollars, which is about £2.50 over there. So very economical if you choose to go that way.
Yeah,
But I did pick up a Black Corporation Isonen, which is their nod to the Jupiter 8, and it has a lot of the same characteristics.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a box, but it does good sounds in that vein. I'm not going to say it's a replica because that opens up a can of worms, but it does have does have that sort of saucy, thick, familiar, paddy, arpeggiated substance to it, and it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
It's only cost about 75p, I think, on the conversion. Cheap at twice the price.
Yeah. Oh, mate. So you've been okay?
I've been good, yeah. No, look, I've been doing some stuff. I've actually dipped my toe in the modular water.
Oh, you
which
didn't.
I did. So some old Roland modules that do that job.
Yeah.
And I've got to wire them all together. I just got to find an IKEA cabinet big enough to house them. But the problem with those is that the power supplies aren't readily available. So you really need the rack cabinet to make it all work.
Yeah.
And finding those is like finding goodness knows what. Although Alex Paul alerted me to the fact that on Instagram there is a company remaking those cabinets so that you can actually house all the modules and power them up and trigger them all identically. So that's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
But that's the only news from this front, really. Other than that, I've been sort of trying to get some smaller devices to work. It's a stupid thing with the Korg Volca sampler, and that's the most compact sampler I could find on the market. It requires you under Windows 11 to delve into the registry and change settings and get the USB to talk, and it's just a nonsense. I've got that happening, but I've yet to go the sample load step, which seems to be another obstacle. I don't know what they'd build. The same thing happened with the Akai MPX8. There was an article of a guy who actually tried to fix the MIDI implementation and wound up building an entire electronics rig just so that the MIDI would function correctly on the small sampler. And even then, the load times are crap. So, yeah, there's a lot of issues with smaller samplers. And the next device I'm looking at is a 1010 Systems black box, which will probably have its own set of problems. But I'm interested in exploring the smaller scale devices at the moment. So that's keeping me off the streets and keeping me poor.
Good man.
Yeah. Other than that, it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was very brave of Microsoft to release Windows 11 as an alpha version.
Look, every time you install a Microsoft product, it's a day out of your life.
Yeah.
That's the moral to the story.
And even then, will it work?
Well, I've done software since about 1978, so for me, it's just yet another experiment in terror. But somebody's got to do the hard lifting and get through this stuff and try and make it work so that when you're in the forums, you can actually contribute and say, "Oh, well, here's how you go about fixing the rubbish."
Yeah.
But I think they're built to a price. The products are released quickly to market. Microsoft changes so frequently that there's an inbuilt obsolescence with anything that talks hardware and software. And then once the gap between hardware and software is more than 7 years, the fabric of space-time tears apart and you're left with a rack full of Varioses from Roland that you don't know how to interface to, because they only work under Windows 2000.
Yeah. I mean, if you take all the bloatware out of Windows 11, it actually fits onto a 720k floppy.
Yeah. Just cut out the boring bits, Kent. That's a good idea.
Get all the shit out of there. Yeah. So I've pulled tons and tons of stuff out of my 11, and I think there's still more to go.
Oh, look, it's effectively Windows NT and drag. You've just got to find out what to take away,
Yeah.
But no, I mean, really, it's. I think when they build this stuff to a price, it's you get these faulty implementations creeping in, and there are more and more of those. So it's become a bit of a mission of mine to combat most of that and try and provide interfaces. One little experiment from 10 years ago, I actually built a browser-based editor for the DSi Mofo that would read all of the system settings and then enable you to slide sliders on your HTML screen, and then it would send MIDI through a Java widget out the USB port and to the synth itself, and that worked quite well. But so I can see that being a way to go, that eventually we'll have synthesizer panels that simply drive MIDI out a USB port. They've got sliders on the screen. You can have multiple screens and distribute the sliders on larger interfaces.
Yeah.
Or put it on a 40-inch touch screen and just have the big panel.
Yeah.
I think that might be something to explore. I think it'd reduce the cost of creating synthesizers for manufacturers or small manufacturers, and it would increase the reusability, because if you've got an editor with a bug, you change it in one place only.
Yeah.
And the other thing that you could do is upload your library of sounds to the website, and they either become public or private. And but it would give manufacturers an idea of who's using their product and how long and when, and if it's still worth supporting or not. And then it also gives the user community a common focus, and they can adjust it themselves if they need to rewrite the HTML. That's fine, but at least they've got a starting point that is cohesive and simple and understandable.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, that's that's 5 years away at least, I think, in terms of people implementing that in any sensible form. Because I work slow.
I think Jim's praying to the cable gods.
Yeah, pretty much.
Look, any religion that pokes its backside towards New Zealand 5 times a day, I approve of.
Yeah, I think I pretty much do that. So,
And hello to all our New Zealand friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're not underwater, that is.
I'm
yeah.
sure Nick White does that as well.
I'm sure a lot of people do.
right, I'm going to have to go anyway and go and sort some other stuff out.
All right, dear.
And yeah, deal with the chaos of this later. But cool. All right.
We'll still be here when you get back. You know that.
Probably, yeah.
All right, Jim.
Awesome. Cheers, everyone.
Take care, fella.
Bye.
Ta-ra, mate. Yeah, so like I was saying, got too much gear, and not the inclination or the intelligence to use it all. So I can't see the point.
Yeah, that puts me at a disadvantage by about 100 pieces of hardware at the moment. So,
Yeah.
and yeah, look, it started out being a serious pursuit, but I think you just get in the ritual of trying new stuff and then not shedding the old stuff. And that becomes a problem because we haven't got too many decent technicians here in Melbourne. So yeah, you wind up with an increasing list of stuff that needs fixes, and you either open it yourself and you're in the lap of the gods in terms of my skill set anyway. And it's just a question of balancing it out. So, back to your Jupiter 8 example. Yeah, there's one here in Melbourne. Yeah, it's available. It looks great. But I know the minute it has a problem, I'm in the dark ages. That's a difficulty. And 40-year-old hardware does have a habit of failing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Although there was a guy, I'm sure it was in the US, that was actually restoring a JP8 that he found. And he'd done a whole series of write-ups about the procedure. He got Jeff Toman involved in the panel
Design, yep.
doing redoing the panel and all that. And there was somebody recreating a lot of the boards, actually reproducing a lot of the boards, and oh fucking hell, I'll have to find the link and send it to you. Really interesting in some of the stuff, the detail that he goes into about his JPL, and then nothing. It's just disappeared. Well, it's not disappeared, but it's just there's been no updates for about 2 or 3 years. But yeah,
there's probably a guy with a soldering iron in the corner of a room somewhere covered in cobwebs. I think that's all we can assume. That it gets too hard and too difficult, or you hit an impasse and you can't go forward.
He got it to. I think he got it to a point of powering up and running. It's been a while since I've looked at the pages, but it's Core of the JP8. She's actually on Facebook. She's got a Facebook page.
Fantastic.
And it was serious. Seriously, there was all these. Somebody remanufactured the power supply because apparently the power supplies ran really hot in those or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Quite thirsty.
They'd remanufactured it so that instead of now, was there 3 points of contact on the heatsink on the JP8?
Yeah, there's 3 voltage regulators that go to the heat to the.
I'm sure they got it down to 1. They'd actually, Don't ask me out.
Okay.
I don't, I'll find the link and send it to you because there's some really interesting stuff about it. But,
right.
Yeah,
that is interesting. Yeah.
But there was, like I say, there was remanufacturing of boards and certain components and bits and pieces. It was really fascinating.
Well, I must admit, I mean, if you've got problems with any of the Roland IR series chips, you're buggered. You'll have to go out on eBay and hope you can find one. If the DACs are gone on the module control boards, you're really, really fucked because you're really going to have trouble finding them. It's that kind of thing. So you can be going really, really well, and then you come up to a point where there's a component that you need.
Yeah.
And it's no.
Unobtainium.
Yeah. So, I mean, I got a Wurlitzer drum machine. I'm trying to remember the name of it. But it looks like a huge cabinet. It's a huge cabinet. It's a mechanical drum machine. and it's just got this like copper plate with little copper touch points on it, and an arm that goes around, and that produces
Sweeps past the
yeah,
trigger.
sweeps
Yeah,
past
yeah.
and produces the triggers for the various sounds. Now there's a valve in there that's gone, and I've hunted high and low for this valve. It's just like, no, not having it, mate. Everything else is working, but you can't find this valve, so it's in the corner it goes. And that's probably what's happened to your JP8 person, is that, you know, maybe they needed a DAC for one of the module controller boards, and that's it. Good
I've
night,
just
Vienna.
put a link in the private chat. I found it on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Interesting.
Mm.
We'll have a look. But yeah, look, I think with anything mechanical, I mean, if you look at the best mechanical drum machine I've seen is the one that James Taylor built, completely out of wood. And there's a YouTube video on it somewhere, and it's clunky and primitive, but it certainly achieves the effect mechanically.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, like everything, you know, you're just waiting for the time that the component you can't find fails, and then you're stuck with a dilemma. You know, can you find a substitute, or do you risk redesigning half of the board just to compensate for the missing component, or you know, do you just simply do what I do nowadays and buy two of everything, so that when one fails, I've still got the legacy item to use as a second one.
Yeah.
But that won't stop 40-year-old componentry failing in quick succession.
Yeah. I mean, the Jupiter 8 filters are becoming very, very hard to get hold of. If anything, it's easier to find a filter for a CS80 than it is for a JP8 now. You know, so
that also entertains the notion that if you want that Jupiter 8 sound and you're stuck on it, you're going to go for it. But the other option is clones or boutiques or
exactly
whatever cards you can find to replicate it. But if you just want thick and syrupy, you've got a lot of options out there. I mean, the Novas have a similar present in a mix, or a Supernovas. The Oberheim ABX8, again, flagship synth with a similar density of sound and similar sound control options. I know it's not identical, but in the spirit of a mix, you can get very, very close. And so my view is, just go with whatever is economically feasible that gives you a crude approximation.
Yeah.
The other thing that people don't use, I mean, the Roland XV series has a vast synth engine that nobody really programs for, and still has, again, some very, very good waveforms amongst the synth engine that can be used in a way to provide that same sort of density. Because what are you going to do? You're going to do arpeggios or pads. You can program the arpeggios if you're careful and listen to it. And if you want pads, lots of options and lots of choruses out there and lots of workman-like synths that do a reasonable pad,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's so much stuff now that can imitate the older gear. The nuance, the difference between what the clones can do and what the original can do is getting so close now that it's not even really worth talking about in some respects. I mean, all right, a very, very, very early Mini Moog's got that sound that I think the closest is the Soft Tube 72.
So what makes the RAs sound the way they do?
They're so gritty. And
what is it? Is there
well, the FETs, they all the FETs that are in them, and very leaky transistors, paper caps, that kind of thing. It's the old tech, but it produced a particular kind of sort of raucous sound.
Yeah.
That even Moog himself was trying to perfect, trying to get away from it and get it purer, cleaner, more stable. And everybody, all the synth manufacturers were doing that. They were trying to make it cheaper to build, stay in tune longer,
Mm.
You know, be cleaner sound, but what they didn't realise is as they were doing it, they were sterilising it,
Yeah.
and
Well,
they
they
got
were
more.
removing the distortion of those
Yeah,
old components,
yeah,
and the distortion adds up a harmonics, so that's why they sound
yeah,
a little bit buzzier or thicker or just
yeah.
raucous, as you say.
Because even if you got yourself if you got yourself an original 1979, 1980 Mini Moog, you probably wouldn't like it. It would be very, very clean, very clean. And you go, mate, I got 7 or 8 keyboards that sound like this already. Well, digital ones that sound like this, you know. And they got it to that stage. They pushed and pushed and pushed until they got very, very, very clean.
Mm.
Then you go back to a 72 and it's all over the bloody place, but it was all the charm.
Yeah.
And it relates more to the sounds that made them famous in the first place,
Yeah.
you know? So,
Well, I find, and this is just my own experience and my own limited hearing, that I've got a latest reissue Mini Moog.
mhm,
I've got the 2010 reissue. I've got an SE1. I've got a Voyager. I've got an SEO2,
mhm,
and they are all interchangeable in a mix with very little difference in overall effect. You know that you can. So that's what 5 devices I've got that can give you a sound comparable to what
yeah,
reminds us of a Moog.
yeah,
A Moog, sorry.
yeah,
But
whichever.
the whole idea is what you're playing good. Are the lines appealing? Is it thundering the way you want it? Is it cutting through on the lead the way you want it? You know, the other problem is if you start adding Moogs in a polyphonic type setting by multiple tracking of monophonics,
Mhm,
you'll find that the sound actually softens. It almost phases and choruses against itself,
yeah,
which sort of removes the charm of the abruptness of the single voice that's in contrast to everything else in the mix.
yeah,
And I guess that comes back to your choice of gear. And Kent mentioned this earlier, that if your gear is in a mix and you only want to keep stuff that has its own character, that really has a sound that is appealing not only by itself but in contrast to the other stuff you're using. So I tend to look for different manufacturers and coarse versus smooth sounds and percussive versus sort of sluggish sounds, and you try and mix up your composition that way so that the contrast of the sounds becomes a more important element than actually trying to get the latest, greatest, most expensive thing happening. You know, that's part of. And then if you can intelligently program something, like one of my workhorse synths, I worked with a band 7 gigs a week doing covers. It was a 12-piece big band, all charts, all sight reading, and 1,100 charts in the book, and we play requests. So we didn't know moment to moment what we were going to get on the music stand, and we had to wing it, and it had to be cohesive. But I did that entire gig for many, many years with just a Roland digital piano, I think the MKS-20 module, the original one, and a Poly 61. And the Poly 61 purely because it held tuning. And it was flexible enough to do a approximation of pads or whatever else we were going to do. Okay, it wasn't the most refined synth at the time. It certainly wasn't the flagship. It was roadworthy. And eventually it just died from battery leakage. So but the point is you can take modest gear and make good sounds on it, provided you can program it to cover the bases that you want to cover in whatever setting you were in. And I think we talk about being gear snobs and liking the really expensive stuff, and we all do that because we like that effect that we used to get when we walked into a music store and we saw something new when we were kids. You know, that was the impetus for it all. Or we saw an artist who had something amazing in their rig. But for the majority, it's just a case of making correct choices at the mundane level and finding something that's workable, you know, and there's a lot of things to be said for the cheapest and the most compact stuff out there.
yeah.
Especially if you play as badly as I do.
It's not a no play.
Well, it's like, if you get a real B3, I mean a real B3, as opposed to one of the pretend ones they used to do, it has a sound that
Oh yeah.
hasn't nobody's got near it and can't get near it. At least not now. Eventually, I'm sure they will, but at the moment you can't. But even then, it's a perfect for the rich. When a band insists on having a real B3, and Tiny will hire one out to them, it costs a lot of money to do it. And he'll wheel it up onto the stage and he'll set it all up for them, and and they pay through the nose for that, and that's fine because they've got the money to do it. But when you're in your studio and you're desperately trying to get that kind of sound, you're going to have to try and recreate it as best you can with the gear you have. And like you say, you get an approximation. You can get close enough. It may need more work. It's not immediate where you go up and just play. You may have to twiddle with like a distortion pedal or something for about 6 weeks before you get it exactly the way you want it. But it is obtainable, and that's all it is. It's just saving time.
Yeah,
So-
they're all different. I mean,
Yeah.
I've got a Korg BX3, the big one, and it's good, but it doesn't give you that feeling that you're actually driving anything. It tends to be a bit insulated in terms of you can make all the sounds on it. You can run it through a pedal of some sort, like a Strymon Lex or whatever it might be, and get closer because it has some inbuilt overdrive in it. And then all you wind up with is a 90% approximation and a hernia. So the next step is, if you get a VK8 or VK8M, the little Roland box, they're even more pristine than the Korgs are, and they're more polite in the mix, and they don't have any of the grunt you'd naturally expect from them. They're still great devices in that vein, but they're not satisfying. The EMU B3 card that came out in the Proteus series, again, same thing. It's actually worse because you're actually making up the sound in the same way you'd make it up on a DX. You're putting samples together to sort of try and composite that density that you need, and it's totally unsatisfying for a very expensive ROM chip. And then the software emulations are very good anyway. Like there was a B3 emulation years and years and years ago, and then a B4 after that. I forget the manufacturer, but the software emulations.
I remember them.
Were good, but they were tight and they worked quite well. They were good in a mix. But again, you just got to choose your tool kit and run with it. There are Roland have all the ROMs and the SRX cards, and those things are all usable, and I've used them live to do B3 stuff when I wanted a compact rig, and it with a band it sounds okay, but you don't have to go to the extent of a hernia and 2 Leslies and 4 mics and some isolation baffling and a 3-hour setup, and then having to replace all the valves because they get bounced in the truck. So that's the wear and tear aspect that would make the big original rigs very, very hard to sustain in any workmanlike sense,
Yeah, that's it. But there again, I mean, I can remember back, 20 years ago or something like that, saying, well, software's never going to be able to emulate a real piano. There's too many nuances involved, and then you call up something like C7 in Falcon or whatever, and it's like, holy crap! It's just like, wow. But there again, if you bang on the door hard enough, it will open. And it did. I mean, pianos are like, there's only the difference with the physical presence of the instrument in front of you and your interaction with it. It's really different about it, and may influence you sometimes in the way you play and stuff like that, as opposed to on some dumb controller in front of a TV screen. But nonetheless, the sound is there, and eventually they're gonna get perfect emulations of everything eventually. And it's
Well, the chipsets will go on PCs from 64-bit to 128-bit to 256, and that expansion will continue. So we'll see that happen in the next decade. and that will give us greater resolution and processing speed and more grunt to actually
Yeah.
emulate those things with more detail. But again, how good's the pianist? You know, at the end of the day, there was nothing wrong in '85 with the sound of an MKS 20. It was about as good as it could get to take on the road. And when you hear the RD 1000 played with Stevie Ray Vaughan or someone like that, Reese Winans, it sounds great. You know, look,
Yeah.
it's a utility item at the end of the day, and you've got to sound like a piano in a mix. Plenty of options. You shouldn't be complaining about, oh, you know, I don't think the Nautilus sounds as good as the Kronos, or that the Triton sounded better, or that the Roland sounds better than the Yamaha. You know, all of those are academic when you've got to put 10 fingers on the keys and generate some stuff that makes people respond, you know, makes an audience think, oh, wow, okay. You know, so, you know, half of the fun of it is just the performance aspect, and whether I feel like I'm playing a Roland unweighted keyboard, or whether I'm playing a Yamaha piano, or whether I'm playing something else in the digital realm. It's never going to feel like a Yamaha C3 feels when you actually thump it, you know. But
Yeah.
that's the problem between my ears. It's not the problem for the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, it's like there's I think I told Ty, I said the entire Major orchestrated album was put up on YouTube. I said to him, I said, you know, your album's up on YouTube. He went, who is it? Never mind. But looking at the comments, it was so interesting. You go, oh, it's so nice to hear these Ultravox songs done with a real orchestra and stuff like. Oh yeah, and it went wonderful with an orchestra. Blah, 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 blah. And I go, no, I'm not going to put down. It was all done on computer, mate. And that's the whole point, you know, because nobody can tell. Now, admittedly, Ty is exceptionally brilliant at doing that.
I was going to say that Ty understands the dots from the construction point of view. He understands the gear from its articulation point of view, and what tends to be good as a cheat and what tends to have to work with detail. But he's a master. And the first time I saw him operating on a YouTube video, I just thought, holy goodness, this is going to be amazing, because he is just so clever at that construction process, and add a dash of reverb, and it sounds like, you know, he's got the full Armada in front of him. You know,
absolutely.
The point is, he could translate it to the full Armada. If someone said, "Ty, print out the scores. We're going to get the London Symphonic to do a job on this," it would still be constructed in a way. But as an aside, you do find that what you write for synthesizer by way of articulations and markings is different to what you have to write for a live crew that humans expect to read fly dots in a certain way, and what you tend to do is compensate for the samples and their attacks and decays, and balance. The internal balance of the orchestra isn't set up for you. The other thing is the precision aspect. That some, you know, like I recently saw the Vienna Philharmonic in Europe. It was in Salzburg during Mozart Week. I was over there, and I got some tickets close to the back of the second fiddle, so it was within 30 feet of the conductor. It was within 10 feet of the final chair on the right hand side of stage, and you couldn't get a knife between those players. You know, those guys are salaried, they practice every day, they listen, they're masters on their instruments are all amazing, and you put 40 of that together, and it is exciting to watch. And there weren't too many imprecisions, but you'd be hard pressed to recreate that with your Garrison personal orchestra.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, that's the trick though, is that, you know, if you can make should we say, the computer orchestra sound like the real orchestra to the layman,
well,
you're done.
Yeah, and look, and the point is that people have a potted idea because of TV and stuff of what the actual real orchestra sounds like. I mean, the average punter wouldn't see an ensemble of 40 plus classical players working hard for a couple of hours to realise some scores which are well known. they wouldn't be that familiar with the detail of that sound. They're happy for the the best part, I think, in Harry Potter was when it cuts over to obviously sampled strings, and it's in a sequence, I think, in Harry Potter 4 where they look out over the water at sunset, and the water is glistening with Hogwarts in the foreground, and it definitely cuts over to samples at that point, and you can hear it. If you see the video, you'll know it. But the average punter wouldn't have picked that. They just see the swelling strings and the poignant moment. And as I say, a lot of you come out of a lot of musicals humming the lighting, and I think that's the way that the deception works. And
Well, actually,
I'm after it, but
that also happens in Lord of the Rings, where it definitely goes from real orchestra suddenly to synthesized orchestra. But it's probably an afterthought in production. They go, well, we use the bit that we used when we were doing the composing of it, and put that in. That'll do it. You know, as they re-edit something again for the 900th time.
Oh, they have. Look, there've been even feature films where the demo has been used in preference to the actual recorded take because it had something, you know, and whether it be the imprecision or the EQ or the mic positioning or just the way that the ensemble sounded when it was constructed that way. And I get back to your point on the Ultravox stuff. It's careful arrangements, but the Ultravox original recordings on their self-titled album, and tracks like Vienna and the other ones on that album, they're all carefully orchestrated. The parts are all delineated properly, they're structured, the harmonies are careful, the phrasing is good, the textures are carefully calculated. It is a work of production. It's not just an accident that happened in someone's bedroom or on their iPhone. And that means it does lend itself to an orchestral treatment.
Well, I did ask him if there was going to be an orchestrated too. I couldn't possibly comment. Take that either way.
No, I have no
Andy.
indication.
Andy.
He's muted.
He is.
He's working. I bet
he's probably still he's probably doing something.
We're audio wallpaper to him.
Now, why he's working on Sunday, I do not know. Shouldn't be doing that.
Hey, sorry, nothing but Bluetooth problems. How's it going?
Bluetooth problems? You're not running Windows?
No, my phone. I'm constantly rebooting my computer, so I can't stay on a call, so I have to use my fucking phone. Work from hell week, man. It's just crazy. How you guys doing?
We're all right.
Good.
We're getting there.
Great.
Yeah.
We're ready to fucking jump off a cliff today, but glad you guys are on.
No, come on.
I'm never serious about that stuff. No, I'm actually just mad because I don't have my Osmos yet. So.
Which one of us do you think will get it first at this rate?
Well, if you get it first, then you deserve it for all the stuff you do. But considering I bought mine in 2019, I should fucking get mine first.
It'd be good. Just your if they turn around and go, no, let's do it by location. Who lives closest?
Why did they do it that way the first batch? I don't get it. Why couldn't they have some go to US, some go to the European market?
That's the way to cheer him up, Kent, isn't it?
Well, as far as I know, I think some did, because I think it was in order of people who placed orders. The first
I don't know.
500.
I think just the influencers got it. I don't think any normal people got them. Or the people got them to get to keep them. It was all demo units, right? Just.
Do you know what? I don't know. As far as I know, Ty got a finished one.
I'm glad they didn't ship it with problems. If this new batch does have problems, thank goodness. But.
Yeah. Well, no. The problems were fixed before they shipped them.
Are you sure? I thought this last batch was because they had problems, and that's why they delayed it.
Yeah, it was delayed because the first batch was delayed.
Oh, I see.
Okay, the first batch was delayed. They got the 500 arrived in France and had the wrong IC in them, and they had to fix each one. And as they were fixing them, getting them out the door.
Holy moly!
Well, surface mount, you just need a hairdryer and a bit of glue. You're done, aren't you? So flick it off, put a new one on, hairdryer,
And
sorted.
giving away
out.
secrets.
I have a very eclectic view on what SMT is, apparently.
Or its equivalent, BDSMT.
Yeah.
I have to say, you kind of demystified it, so that's nice. You know?
I'm sure it's nothing like that. But you watch some of these videos on YouTube and you go, really? You don't even have to position the IC. It just heat it and the IC moves into the position by itself. They don't know. They're born, these people.
Well, I've used that paste before. There's that drying paste. It's like paint
Yeah.
to make circuits, and also there's a little like very fine little metal tapes that Radio Shack used to sell. You would wrap around your circuit and use a match, so you could do repairs in the field. You know.
Outrageous.
I used to do those repairs myself, but I used to douse the rig with petrol and then do the rest of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. These kids today, they don't know they're born. They've never had to put a 40-leg bloody processor that somebody's already walked on back into the board, fucking pin by pin. Fucking
Yeah, that's
stand on
not
it.
pretty. That is not pretty.
Never is.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to bugger off.
All right, darling.
Get some rest and get well.
Thank you. I'm on the mend. I'm a lot better than I was.
Are you taking your Lemsips?
I'm drinking a shit ton of orange juice. I'm taking painkillers. That's about all I can do.
Yeah.
Did you get COVID again?
Good.
Yeah.
Oh man, that sucks.
Well,
Half
he didn't
an
think he got
aspirin.
it properly the last time, so he had another go.
Another round.
Yeah. Go.
Yeah.
Okay, take half an aspirin with your meal when you go to bed.
Can't
Trust
take
me.
aspirin because I'm already on
Can't
blood
take
thinners.
Ah.
Oh. Well, take 365 aspirin and call me in a year, okay?
Yeah, you got to watch out for Rye syndrome, right? You take aspirin with some of those viruses.
Yeah. You take too many aspirin, you'll be able to piss out of your own hand.
Right. Listen, thanks a lot.
Ciao.
All right, darling.
See
Look
ya.
after yourself.
Take care.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Feel better. Yeah, I almost everyone I know had COVID. I haven't gotten it yet. So,
You haven't got it yet?
nope.
Well, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, I mean, I'm double vaxxed with a booster, but even before all that, I was out shopping. I mean, I was precautious because people always there's so many stupid people here. It's like, oh, I thought you said trust the science. It's like, I am. You don't know what science is, you dumb fuck. And so the slow-mo guys finally made a great video about masks and their efficacy, right? And so just the most basic, and of course, Dr. Fauci's in the video, so it's automatically a bad video, right? Because he's a charlatan and he's on the Chinese side and all that nonsense they make up. But they show very clearly. Let's look up slow-mo guys mask on YouTube, and it's awesome. They use like a 5,000 frame per second camera to show talking, coughing, sneezing, with or without a mask. And even the shittiest like blue mask that everyone has everywhere that's just disposable, not N95, will block the spittle like 98%. And the spittle is where most of that shit rides. It doesn't just, yes, you can cough a cloud out of it, but it has to be, it has to find solution. It has to hit a wet surface, right? And so it's already on spittle. It's got an easy ride because it takes a nice direct shot and it's wet and it hits another wet spot and now you're infected, right?
Yeah.
So that's the most important thing. So it doesn't matter. And people say, I can't breathe or I'm compromised or whatever. It's like, I work with fuckers in a clean room at work who 8 hours a day or more have a fucking mask on.
Yeah.
Right? They're breathing just fine. Or medical professionals or doctors in surgery or any of that kind of stuff. They seem to be just fine. So why can't you breathe with a mask on?
Yeah.
But it's affecting kids. They can't see faces. I'm like, do you want your kid to bring you something to kill you? Your kid may not die, but you might.
I worked in a hospital for 3.5 years through COVID in an emergency department where everyone who came in was still pre-tested. So effectively everyone was suspected COVID when they came in through the door until it was proven otherwise. And I was cleaning COVID rooms after patients had been in there. and just wearing a standard mask, N95. Didn't get COVID at all. In 3.5 years, that's probably tens of thousands of exposures. But wear a mask, and yeah, it was uncomfortable, and yeah, you get sick and tired of having your face heat up.
Oh,
but
yeah.
really, it's a small price to pay for good health.
I was happy. I mean, I wasn't happy I had to smell my own breath, but I'm happy I didn't have to smell anyone else's breath for like 3 years.
That's right.
It was great.
Yeah, like choking on someone else's vomit. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a pain because every time the doorbell goes, it was where have I put my mask? Where's my bloody mask? And in the end, I used to keep it at the front door. So and pop it on, and you know what? 9 times out of 10, there'd be somebody at the door with no mask on.
Yeah.
The
So
other thing is that it can be symptomless COVID, so you can often be infected before the person passing it to you knows they even have symptoms. So there's that aspect too. And it happened to me. I'd been 3 years in a hospital, no COVID, weekly tests, mask 24/7 virtually. But okay, that's what you do. My mother passed away at a ripe old age on Easter Saturday in 2021, and we had the family over for lunch on the Sunday, and partly by condolence and partly because we celebrate as a family just a couple of times a year.
yeah.
And I caught COVID and missed Mum's funeral after nursing for years. So, but the point is, the moral of the story is, the minute you relax your guard, you're vulnerable, and you can't afford to do that. So
my girlfriend went back east and she got it with some friend, like Boston area.
Yep.
And she was more careful than I was.
Well, I mean, Fiona caught it when she went to, I think it was Asda. She went to Asda, did a shop, and that's the only place she'd been, and it's the only people she'd been in contact with. And she could have, I mean, she was wearing a mask, but she's going, well, I was wearing a mask. How come I got it? I said, but you got to remember the shop was full of lots of other people not wearing masks, coughing the fuck over everything.
Yeah.
So when you're picking produce off the shelf, if they've been coughing all over it, or the handle of the trolley, and she went, oh no, I never thought of that. I said, yeah, you probably should have had gloves on as well.
There's a very simple view of COVID, and that is that it requires a panacea. In other words, 100% blanket cure. And the fact is, we're just playing an odds game that we can minimise risk by doing certain things like masks, hand washing, isolation, distancing. And we can minimise risk by vaccinating, taking boosters. And all those things help, and they all reduce the transmissibility. And we're trying to get that R0, that ref, down underneath a factor of 1. In other words, every case infects on average less than one other person. And that way, the pool of infected diminish. But everyone who takes a simplistic view saying, well, I'm not wearing a mask because my friend wore a mask and he got it. Yeah, that happens, but the odds are in your favour if you take the adequate precautions.
Well, the media screwed up because I don't know about over there where you guys are, different spots in the world, but over here, we used to have pretty decent science coverage, even on regular news. And now, not just the factions out there like the Foxes and the Newsmax and all that shit, but there's just the normal news media just doesn't get consistent, doesn't cover it right. So they say, well, now we think you need masks. Now we're not sure you need the mask, or this kind of mask only, or double mask. And so people are so confused. They have a clear distrust of the process because after a while, they think, well, either I'm so confused I don't know what to do, or you're definitely lying to me. And just get a straight, consistent thing first. But I know Fauci was trying to basically get people to back off because they're buying all the protective stuff that the first line workers needed. So he was trying to soft pedal that a little bit, so it was not as scarce. But at the same time, that created ambiguity and distrust and fake news and all that nonsense.
Well, yeah, if the messaging is unclear, then the public doesn't know how to respond. And
Exactly.
then your compliance is reliant on how educated your population is.
And ours isn't.
I think everyone in Australia knows a nurse or a doctor or someone in the family or someone who's a healthcare worker in some context is in the proximity. And the messaging was pretty clear from our government early in the piece, and the lockdowns were a reinforcement of that while we bought time to get a vaccine developed. That was a tactic. And it was a fair tactic to adopt, and everyone is now critical of the government for the lockdowns. But I think it was the right thing. The other option was carnage, and that wasn't going to be an option here. This is the place where the virus was first isolated outside China.
Oh wow!
Our guys here, if you look, meet the scientists, Julian Druce on YouTube, you will see him interviewed, and he's in Australia. It was the first case came in just ahead of Australia Day, I think in 2020. He drove out in his car to Monash Hospital. He swabbed the first patient. He took the sample back to Vidril, which is a virus identification lab here in Melbourne, spread it on big sheets of tissue, grew the virus over the long weekend with the intention of working out if any drugs that we commonly use could affect the virus, and secondly, seeing what its behaviour was like and what its spread was going to be like and how quickly it destroyed tissue. So he had big sheets of tissue ready to go. He swabbed the middle of those and watched it spread from the centre out. But this guy is one of... I studied medicine with his brother. This guy, Julian Druce, is a stellar academic.
Yeah,
a man
sounds
with
like
good conscience, and he got virus replicated in the lab so that they could create tests and so they could create vaccines. Now, he didn't know what the downstream effect was going to be. All he knew was he had to get this multiplying in a lab setting and getting samples out to all the labs worldwide so they had something to play with to work out a solution.
That's great,
in Melbourne, it was a great effort. Guy was never commended for it in any public recognition.
Well, yeah,
all these
I'm not
managers
surprised.
took the glory and the heat, I suppose. But the diagnostic phase initially after the virus happened here in Melbourne. But the important thing is these guys are stellar. Australian medicos and scientists are pretty good and pretty well educated, and we knew what to expect. And the lockdown also reinforced that. There was a lot of people who complained about it. Businesses went bust. There was sometimes poor compliance, but generally everyone tried to do the right thing, and that gave us enough time to get vaccines into the population to improve outcomes generally. And if you look at Victoria, which has 7 million people, and you look at our death numbers from COVID, and then you look at Massachusetts, which has a similar population of about 7 million, and you look at their death toll, there's about a 10-fold difference in the death rate. And that speaks for itself. There's your controlled, the difference between compliance and masks and lockdowns and isolation and strong messaging versus probably a less educated, less compliant or less able to comply. There may not have been the mask supply in that area in America, but you can make some comparisons like that which show you the differences in behaviour and the differences in outcomes.
Well, I mean, the other problem too is the woefully ignorant general public, loves to just jump on these claims, and mostly for political reasons or some kind of gain or just to be a dick. And so when they started saying, "Oh, look, well, there's this new research about gain of function," it's like, you don't even know what that is. You don't even know the difference between a virus, a bacterium, or a protozoan. So what the fuck are you talking about, gain of function? But it became a buzzword, and all the news agencies are saying, gain of function. Oh, is Fauci involved in this? Oh, did it really come from a Chinese lab? Is it weaponized? It's like, you guys can't be bothered about anything like that until it becomes a sensational thing and you can blame somebody for it. And, it's just so annoying.
I think we're all sick of it, but we all still need to be cautious and wary. And in spite of all the current developments, as you say, a mask is a simple solution that is probably very cost effective.
Yeah. I mean, there's a woman who posted, this is one of these anti-mask Karen types, and posted a picture like, look at this mask. My kid was forced to wear this all day, and it looked like the kid had thrown up in it, right? Well, of course you don't make the kid wear the throw-up mask, you idiot. You change the mask, right? Oh, God, fucking people just drive me nuts.
Oh, I loved that video where they had that woman who had she was wearing a mask, but she just cut away everything that was covering her nose and her mouth.
Yeah.
Just wearing the elastic around the outside.
Well, the amount of times I see a person wearing one, but having the nose uncovered, I'm like, what's the point? What are you doing? If you don't wear it properly, it's useless.
Right.
Yep. Well, it's less effective. As it stops sneezes, it won't stop.
I mean, you could stop the outgassing from your mouth, but since the seal is now lower, that could actually spill over since it's below your nose.
It's an imperfect device, but then again, it improves. Even worn incorrectly, they still provide some benefit.
It's better than nothing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And it's also the ritual of actually putting one on, and that was a hard thing to adopt. Fortunately, some of us look better with a mask on than we do without one.
The incentive, right?
Well,
Stop scaring the kiddies, Steve. Just put the mask back on. That's right.
I mean, it's like I in the past, I think I tried to be reluctant to talk about the impact there was on people with lockdown, mainly because I mean, I've been in lockdown for 40 odd years.
You're like, what happened? What's going on?
Yeah, lockdown for me was like business as usual, really. I mean, it's not a big problem at all. So I didn't feel any effect from it. I know that some people said they actually really enjoyed lockdown in the end because they were able to indulge in things, and they built up better relationships with their family members and stuff. And there was that. And
I had the other problem. Because of my work, I had two kids who just completed uni and were just starting really good jobs, and I didn't want them having the worry of dad coming home with this invisible disease that could affect them. And so I moved out of home into another property to avoid them with that stress, and also avoided the cabin fever, I guess. But if you're going to practice isolation and lockdown, then you've got to practice it properly. And I didn't want to be a vector to my kids. I didn't want to be a vector from my family back into the emergency department. So it's that sort of thinking that you just need to sit around and say, well, the distance in this case is going to be an advantage.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it any easier, as you say. And the other thing is that the number of deaths from failing business owners and from people who were clinically depressed and took their own lives, that wasn't well reported, but it was the number of mental health cases increased dramatically after lockdown.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sad thing is, when it was reported, it was also weaponized, right? It's like, this is why we can't have lockdowns because people are dying. It's like, of course, it's terrible. Mental illness is, and I have several friends who have depression and have to go to counseling, and way in my family history, people committed suicide and stuff. So I'm definitely well aware of it, but it became another weaponizing tool. So like, why do I have to have this lockdown? Let's just open it all up, and they just missed the whole point.
Yeah, I mean, one of my best friends committed suicide during lockdown. Was it the factor that pushed him over the edge? Couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Because I mean, trying to get information out of him was like extracting teeth anyway, but it couldn't have helped.
Right.
And it was sad that there was nothing we could really, because I'd said to him, I said, well, look, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to stop going to work. But if you don't want to be in your maisonette by yourself, then come and live here with us, and bring the other husky. We'll survive. We'll get round it. But he didn't want to do that. So so I couldn't forcibly make him.
You can't make people do stuff they don't want to do. So.
Besides, he was 6'7" or something like that. So I couldn't forcibly move him anyway. But
wow.
Yeah, and then of course the inevitable happened, and yeah, you kind of feel guilty. You go, is there more I could have done? But you know, you think about it in the end, you go, no, and it's really sad. But you know,
Yeah.
you get people who will commit suicide, but you at the same time you have to weigh this up with how many people could have died if they didn't have the lockdown.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, maybe a kind of callous
There-
way of looking at it, but you know,
Well, no, that's true. I mean, there is death no matter what. So what do you, it's the not to make a joke
if
out of
it's
it, but it's
not,
kind of like the
yeah,
Star Trek thing. The good of the many outweigh the good of the
well,
few, right? So
yeah. So, but I don't know. You know, it's just you know the whole thing is a shit show at the end of the day, isn't it? So
yeah,
That's right. And the other thing is that um, suicide isn't separate from a pandemic. You know,
yeah,
suicide is a difficult topic to talk about, and especially not to be insensitive to others inadvertently when you're actually discussing it, because
yeah,
we're still trying to form ideas in conversation, in dialogue,
yeah,
yeah,
that are refined, and yet they're not going to be refined at the outset of the conversation. And you do see some terrible things with people suiciding. I think the other thing is that some people who are in dire mental health situations try to reduce the amount of bombardment and tend to isolate themselves. So you have a double fold effect that A, they're vulnerable when alone, and B, they seek to be alone.
yeah,
yeah. I mean, my great grandfather apparently made a killing in some business, and the stock market crash of '29 basically killed everything he had to a certain extent. It's too much for him. He killed himself. So,
Yeah, that's,
so there are all kinds of reasons for it, right? It's just
yeah. But I think
yeah,
the other problem with depressive thought is it tends to perpetuate, it tends to cycle, and it tends to self reinforce. In the same way, if you thought about bananas all day, every day, it would be easy to think about bananas, and bananas would be inevitable as a thought the next day. And I think the same with depressive thoughts or suicidal thoughts. They form a pattern,
yeah,
and that pattern is repetitive, and that becomes a problem, that people become in an induced state of psychosis that causes them to consider self-harm, and it's really sad, but it happens.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. But I do think that in this particular case with my friend was that if the lockdown wasn't in place at that time, there would have been more dialogue between us. He would have been round more, you know, to at least try and take his mind off those thoughts to some degree, you know.
yeah. What added to all that kind of stuff, the sadness is you get all these lockdown things, and you can't see your parents in the hospital dying or your grandparents dying, and all this kind of stuff, and then you get people like Trump and Boris and a bunch of other people going out partying. We don't care. We don't have to listen to lockdown. You guys have to listen to lockdown.
Mm.
You know, and it's like, so you can go party, and I can't go watch my relative die in the hospital. You know?
Yeah, we weren't even allowed visiting rights for Mum, which effectively meant that she was in solitary confinement for 2 years in a good quality, high healthcare setting, but the rules were so onerous that
Yeah,
she was basically isolated. We put her into the home to avoid that, and she still had the company of her peers, but the
Yeah,
supportive family wasn't present in the way it would have been had the lockdown not occurred.
yeah,
yeah, it's terrible.
But conversely, if we'd had COVID and brought it to her, and we would have had similar remorse. So there was no easy way out. There was no golden solution for the problem. It was always going
yeah,
to be problematic in some context, and
yeah,
there'd always be a spillover into other areas where where the mess permeates other parts or other ideas or other things that happen.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the bottom line, I mean, the whole thing was just, you know, just a fuck show. The whole thing,
Yep.
Yeah,
regardless. and in many ways, it made me quite angry at at some people's reactions to it. Especially with the, oh no, I can't breathe with my mask on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got something here that will stop you breathing.
Yeah, I can't discuss any of the patient cases I saw, but there were some incredibly stubborn people who, on point of death, still insisted they didn't want to be masked or didn't want any help or didn't want any medication.
Yeah.
It was just they were totally distrustful of the whole scientific process, and that's okay. People are entitled to that view, but when it puts other people at risk, when they're expecting some sort of magic wand and we don't have one, then it's very, very hard to help patients in that setting.
Yeah. 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 The thing is, I mean, COVID isn't over.
No,
And in some cases, there's more people dying of COVID now than there was during, before the lockdowns hit. But it seems to have, like many things, it's become norm and it has fallen out of the forefront of, important things that are going
well,
on.
I think media saturation bombed it for 2.5 years, and I think that the effect on the population was it probably had as much effect as it possibly could. Now our reference rates are rising again, so we're starting to see outbreaks in some states of Australia. So it's going to have to be dealt with either via another mask mandate or some other form of public policy that inhibits the spread of the disease.
Yeah.
The other thing is that being a virus, it morphs in the same way a flu virus morphs year to year. So yesterday's vaccine won't treat today's variant of the virus as effectively. So there is some protection, but it's a moving target.
Yeah.
That's because they keep weaponizing it. It's a whole conspiracy.
Yeah. Somewhere in China, there was a little jar of COVID-19 and a cat that's pushing it towards the edge.
We always like to say fruit bats. They have lots of fruit bats in the wet markets there. You can catch it from there, right? So.
I reckon we should acknowledge that the nursing staff, and I look at the nurses who were dealing with the problem firsthand, and these are 25 to 30-year-old females predominantly who have families, young families and kids, and come into work faithfully and do their best to treat patients with the disease and are working as hard as they can under onerous circumstances to have good outcomes for their patients. And then they've got to go home to the kids and hope that mummy doesn't give it to either of the 3-year-old or 4-year-old kids,
Yeah.
And that's hard. That's really hard mentally on a young woman to have to cope with being a parent and having all the responsibilities there, but then being asked to perform miracles with minimal equipment in a healthcare setting that's overburdened and oversubscribed. And, hats off to those people, the male and female nurses. Just did a absolutely stellar job. Here they did, at least. I mean, I saw what happened in the NHS. It looked the same. They're equally well trained. American nurses are well trained. The public hospitals are even more oversubscribed in America. So the disasters that we saw early on in Chicago and places like that in the hospitals, it looked terrifying. But in real life, it was kind of terrifying for every individual, because it doesn't matter how many people are in your hospital, you're still vulnerable as a worker, and you're still worrying about the family at home. So, hats off to all the healthcare workers out there who have done such a remarkable and courageous job. They've gone away to war. It hasn't been going to the office to work or going to their workplace. When they walk into that hospital, they are going to war, and the traumatic effects are similar.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, they're not exactly getting treated wonderfully here at the moment, to be honest.
Anyway, let's talk about synthesizers.
Oh, those things.
What are you waiting on, Kent? What's in the mail for you this week?
Let's have a look. Well, me personally, I'm sitting here patiently or impatiently waiting for my Osmos to turn up. So I've got a race with Andy to see which one of us gets it first.
Yeah, look, we've got our first orders shipping to Australia in 2029. So I'll call you when it gets here. Okay.
Yeah. I'll do a review for you.
Thank you. That'd be helpful.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
because we've
Look how
always.
brilliant these are. I bet you're jealous now.
It's funny because there were so many synthesizers that never made it to Australia, and like that great synthesizer, the Crumar Crumpet, that never got here, but I'm still waiting. I'm still faithfully waiting for the Crumar Crumpet, and but also just a lot of other synthesizers you only ever saw one of or two of. Rob?
Evening.
Yeah, it looks a little bit more decommissioned than it was yesterday.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Friday, I should say.
Alexa likes cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I say. Look at God's sake.
Jaspers are all down. Everything's down. Everything's in
Rob's
boxes.
Rob's closing down sale. Everything must go.
No. Everything must go in the box.
Box,
That's
yeah.
the thing. Yeah. Alexa likes blue.
Okay.
I ache everywhere. Literally everywhere. My head aches,
yeah.
my body aches, my face aches.
Your
But
bank
that's-
account aches.
Yeah.
Did you
You did the
resolve your
weekend
oil?
warrior thing over a whole week, right? So
Did you resolve your oil issue?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, not as yet.
Or do you know how this is going to pan out already? Really?
I've got an idea that they're just going to maintain their silence.
Yeah.
And it's like a Mexican standoff. You know, does he put oil in? Does he not put oil in? I've put half a tank in because I was running out anyway.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, if I put half a tank in, I can't afford it, but I'll do it. And then I've done a decent thing. As Citizens Advice told me, be reasonable.
Uh-huh.
And that's what I'm being reasonable. It's now up to them to be fucking reasonable.
is this heating and cooking oil or just for heating?
It heats the house and it heats the water.
Okay.
So yeah, it's all kerosene, you know.
Well, I mean, be fair and, and say, put a grand's worth in and fill up the rest with water.
$1,000. I wish I could afford $1,000.
Yeah.
I literally put half a tank. It's a 1,300 litre tank. I put in 650 litres this week, which luckily the price has dropped a little. But unlike electricity and gas, where we have been afforded a price cap and some assistance financially from our beloved government, heating oil doesn't come in for that. We got £200 last year, at the beginning of the year. Here, have £200 to help with your £1,500 oil bill. Yeah, that'll make a dent in it. So yeah, all us rural fuckers got screwed. But there you go.
Oh, don't worry, I didn't get a rebate either.
Well, no, unless you're on an alternative fuel other than gas or electric. But I say that my next door neighbour, right? He knocked on his wife knocked on my door the other week. She says, "Have you received your £200 alternative fuel support payment?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "It came through the electricity people because obviously there's a mechanism there that the government used. So the government just paid us £200." And she says, "Oh, we haven't had ours." And I said, "Oh, that's odd. Did you have to request us?" No, it just came through. "Oh, that's odd." So she went off to investigate, and it turns out for some reason, they're telling them they're not on the electoral roll, which is how they were figuring all of this shit out. And I'm thinking, well, why would that factor into it? Which is very odd.
Well, proof of residence, I suppose.
But they've been living there since the house was built 22 years ago.
Oh, that means looking at a different file. That's
know.
work. Can't do that.
ridiculous.
Fucking hell. It's only so many hours in the day, mate.
So, yeah. He was sort of getting a bit worried. I mean, the thing is, they're not strapped for cash. Let's put it that way. He's an ex-solicitor. So, lucrative position. In actual fact, he it was his partnership, his office that did all the conveyancing on these houses. He basically bought it through himself, but they're not at all in any need of any financial support, shall we say? But still, they're asking for it, and they're entitled to it. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, it's this is the funny thing is the government paid people like me with alternative fuel a one-off £200 payment to support us through this economic crisis that they fucking inflicted on us, and they paid it through the electricity companies. The reason they did that was because they'd already been paying, this monthly payment. So there was a mechanism there. So it saved them having to set up a different mechanism. They paid it through the electricity company. So the electricity companies would get in touch with you and say, you've just received £200 from the government for your alternative fuel payment, whatever. The next sentence was, if you wish to withdraw this from your account, please make sure that you have sufficient funds in your electricity account to pay your next electricity bill before you take the... Basically, they were holding your oil payment to ransom.
That's not...
So many people in this country are struggling to pay their electricity bills that they're probably in a negative balance anyway already. And if they're on heating oil, they get that £200 payment. And let's just say, for example, my next door neighbour is £250 in debt to the electricity company because of the soaring electricity prices. And the government pays in 200 quid to their electricity account because that's the easiest method of payment. So now they're only £50 worse off with the electricity company. They can't take that £200 that they've been given to pay for that heating oil to pay to the heating oil company, to which they probably also owe a lot of money. I know it's kind of, look, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. You owe both of these companies money, well, it's going to go in one account or the other. So I guess in the long term. But seriously? I mean, as soon as I got it, luckily, because I was overpaying on my electricity for a couple of years and didn't really do anything about it. And so I built up a bit of a balance. So when they paid in, I had enough money to cover my electricity bill, plus this 200 quid. So I just took it out and gave it to the oil company, to which I owed a substantial amount of money for last year's bill that was £1,500 in November.
It's wrong in principle. It's wrong in principle that they can hold those payments to ransom.
Exactly.
And that they expect a cash grab before they're going to give you a little bit of that back. In other words, you put your $600 worth of bill in advance to get your $200 out. So it's they're bankrolling their business on the impoverished peasants, and that's not good.
People are already finding it difficult, are getting some assistance, and it's being it's being held to ransom or it's being taken away. And I was one of the lucky ones that had enough money in my electricity account to pay for my next bill.
Yeah.
Plus this £200, so I could draw that down and pay it into the oil bill to draw that down to make sure that balances, so that they don't come knocking on my door. Yep. Which they're probably going to do now because I've had to put more heating oil into a property that I'm vacating in 2 weeks and is being sold on to God knows who. But because my contract says you must leave the same amount of oil in your tank that was there 9 years ago, which probably was purchased at around 28 to 35 pence a litre, and now it's been, in the last few months it's ranged from anything from 102 pence a litre to about 65, and they want me to fill it up again. Just turn around and
say, well, I had £3.50 worth of oil in it when I bought the property, and I put £3.50 worth back in.
Well, I wish, but the thing is, they've got evidence of how much oil was in the tank when I took over. So, but the thing is, then if they were renting this place out to somebody else again, I would be more inclined to put it in because there's some poor bastard that's going to come into this place, and I don't want to leave them with no oil. But they're not. They're selling it. The landlord is selling it. They don't want it anymore. They clearly can't afford to maintain the place because the amount of issues we've had over the years that are still outstanding and will be outstanding, to the day we leave the house. I've got so much evidence about their incompetence and neglect that I would love them to come after me for what's missing in the oil tank. Love them.
So we've got another dilemma in Australia, where most of our gas is sold off cheap to China. So we're anticipating shortages this winter coming, next few months.
Yeah.
We've got 300 years worth of coal underneath the Latrobe Valley in Victoria, but that's not seen as being a clean option. The coal used to be used to fire up generators to generate energy for the grid. And so electricity suffers because we can't mine the coal. We can't mine the coal because we don't want the carbon offshoot. The gas isn't available because it's all been shipped to China. And we're in an absolute mess. And they're commissioning solar. Meanwhile, the solar companies are putting less and less credit on the fuel that you contribute via your solar panel, the energy. And so our bills are increasing. We've not got enough water. So the way they do that now is they fit a regulator on the front yard supply tap for every premises, and they restrict the rate of flow. So therefore, you don't have the pressure, and therefore you don't use the same volume over time. This is Australian land of milk and honey, and it's been turned into an absolute shit show.
That's crazy.
And the bills keep going up, but the actual usage per household of electricity has gone down because we first got rid of our incandescent globes and we've fitted fluoros, and in place of fluoros now LEDs. So the overall power used per household is less, but the amount paid per bill is still more than it was, in spite of the fact we're now using less water, less energy, we're using more solar. Yeah. We're using lower wattage devices for lighting and the last thing left is really the refrigerator. We'll be back to ice boxes, I think, the way we were when my grandparents were growing up in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy, I think, but it's just a cash grab. And the problem is that all of the utilities were sold off by the government to Singapore and other overseas interests.
Yeah,
we won't use nuclear. You know, you could probably keep warm if we had.
Don't you have nuclear in Australia?
No nuclear. We've got Pine Gap, which is a military installation. That's the only place it's used.
Right.
So we don't use nuclear at all. It's not seen as being a clean or viable option. Meanwhile, our government's just spent $368 billion to buy nuclear submarines, which will be ready in 20 years' time. Well, that'll be useful. That'll help. But we'll all be paying man, woman, and child $15,000 towards that exercise with no direct benefit. You know.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
It is. So the government here have lost their way to a degree. They've failed to see the error of their ways. That the cost accountants have basically driven them to a position where, you know, we're all going to have to buy our own personal thorium reactors off eBay to stay warm. That's the only option. And we'll all be suffused with an incandescent glow, and we'll all float north-south in the bath. And I think that's really the only way forward.
And this is where Peter Vogel needs to come up with a Mark IV Fairlight, which would warm your house. And it's locally produced as well. There you go. I'll have a word.
We'll need to have a word with him, but there needs to be some sort of some Australian will come up with a great invention, which will be.
I hope so. Yeah,
will be something that will keep your family warm while it feeds you.
I've never understood. I mean, I've never understood the privatisation of utilities, and we had it here in the UK over the 80s when Thatcher sold off, the gas, the electricity, the telephone networks, the water. All of this, it was all privatised for the benefit, supposedly, of the consumer. But what it's done is, over the years, we've seen all of those utilities, which are essential services for a nation, being sold off to companies in China, in France, in other countries other than our own. And I've never understood, why didn't somebody say, "Hey, do you know what? If we're beholden to a communist state for our power, isn't that just a little bit of a risk?" what was the aside from the fact that privatizing national utilities and stuff is just the craziest fucking idea in the world. These things should not be run for profit; they should be run for the benefit of the people. That's
but money doesn't know ethics.
Well, no, exactly.
Or morals.
Or Tories.
Yeah. Oh, nobody knows them. Man.
And the other thing is, I suppose, all of this stuff's jettisoned by government because it has a political stench factor, and like lockdowns and like health policy for COVID and such, and reporting of COVID numbers. That's all avoided because it's negative press, and they don't want the smell to stick to them. So I think there's that aspect, but they also, these privatised companies, in order to make a profit, don't service the grids, don't service the infrastructure. They supply the same amount of stuff from 10 years ago to another 3 or 4 million people across the same infrastructure. Then there are blackouts and there are brownouts and there are other problems.
Yeah.
So there is no responsibility for making that product adequate, and that's where the problem lies. Whoever's hands it lies in.
When you look at the rail network here, of course that was all privatised. It used to be, look, I remember British Rail when it was a publicly owned company. It wasn't great. It wasn't the best in the world, but at least it was all one company running the entire network and the infrastructure. Now it's been divvied out, so each region or each area or each set of lines is run by a private company, but there is another private company that maintains the network. So you have a license to run a service on the network, and then there's the company that runs the network, and they're all private and they don't work with each other, and they all take handouts from the government. And as you said, they don't invest in the services. Or if they do invest, they do it slowly and not as much as they need to do. And yet every year the prices of the tickets on these things goes up and up and up, and they're telling us, we should use more public transport because it's more environmentally friendly. Well, do you know what? I would, but it costs me more to get to London. It probably costs me 3 or 4 times as much to get to London from here. I'm only like 90 minutes from London, just over 100 miles. Yep. And it would cost me 3 or 4 times as much as it would in diesel to drive there if I went on the train. And the train obviously is more direct. I don't have to worry about parking my car and stuff. But it's way cheaper for me to just drive down to the outskirts of London, put the car in the car park and jump on the tube. 20 minutes I'm in the city centre. Whereas I've got a railway station here in the town, 5 miles from where I am, where it takes me right into the heart of London, but at 4 times the cost of me driving there. So, what am I going to do? Especially in a time like this when I'm looking to save my money, I'm going to drive. Of course I'm going to fucking drive. And they put the season tickets up. The season ticket, when I got the job that I'm currently working at the moment, about 11 years ago, I got 2 job offers. This one and another one working in the City of London in a financial organisation, just around the corner from Liverpool Street Station, which is the station that this train line here goes to. So I could have jumped on the train, 90 minutes in, 90 minutes back. It's always quicker now because they put some faster trains on. But both jobs offered me the same amount of money, the exact same amount of salary, base salary, except one I could work from home, or the other one I could work in London. And it would have cost me £6,500 for a season ticket to travel from here to London and back every year. And for that pleasure, I would get to travel on a very crowded train that was typically running late. I'd probably never get a seat until I was, half an hour from home by the time the train's emptied out of it. So $6,500, and that's gone up exponentially, of course, over the years, just to do that. And so you factor in that, well, actually, what am I going to do? I'd love to have worked in the City of London. You got loads of opportunities and stuff, but not at £6,500. Just when I said to the company, I said, it will cost me £6,500 a year to travel here. Does the company subsidise that? They sort of looked at me as if I just fucking asked them for the crown fucking jewels.
Yeah, well, it's expensive, but they're not going to wear that expense on top of your
Of
salary.
course they're not.
So they didn't have the London waiting included.
No, my salary had a London waiting on it, but it was.
It wasn't that. Yeah.
It wasn't that. It wasn't £6,500 a year.
As if you lived at the end of Liverpool Street.
It's just crazy. It's
In the
absolutely
early 1900s, the internal combustion engine in vehicles was developed by Henry Ford, who obviously wanted to sell lots of Model Ts. And the Stanley Steamer and other steam cars were branded as unsafe in a smear campaign. If a Watts Governor was fitted to a steam engine, it didn't explode. The boiler didn't explode, but the myth was that it would explode. It would be dangerous, and so steam cars basically made an exit from the transport market. And I'm just wondering how much value there is. I wonder if you could get a home hobby kit at IKEA for a steam car and reduce your expenses that way.
Yeah. But it was the same with Edison and Tesla, AC and DC. It was Edison was saying, "Oh, that's dangerous, and my version's way safer," and they all fell for it. And
That's why they electrocuted the elephant, isn't it?
Is it
Yeah, they used was it DC to kill the
DC?
elephant?
Oh yeah, DC will fucking have you.
Proving how deadly DC is, because Tesla was all DC and what's his name was AC, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The issue with AC being deadly is that
Or the other way around. Can't remember.
the heart muscle contracts in, I think, 0.02 seconds, which is basically 50 cycles or 60 cycles, somewhere in that range. So the thing that kills people when they get electrocuted, if the current passes through the chest, the heart muscle is held in compressed state and can't relax. It is held permanently contracted, and so therefore can't pump. Its function normally is to open and close. So that's why 50 cycles at any AC voltage is deadly. It's actually the hertz that get you with enough action potential to trigger a muscle, which is not a lot. I think it's 50 milliamps is about as much as the human body can sort of take before it starts recognising it as a change in electrical activity, which is only a sort of 9-volt battery, basically. Anyway, my tongue still tingles, but my heart hasn't stopped yet.
Yes. Oh dear. Oh, how did we get onto? Oh yeah, I know how we got onto this.
Yeah. It was the Osmos. If the Osmos had arrived, we wouldn't have had this problem.
Oh, tell me about it. Something's arriving here tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, that's good.
We've already said what it is.
Did I say? Yeah. It's
Yeah, I
the
think you
mask,
said
yeah.
on Friday you said it was
It's
the
my
mask.
family. I've sent them over. I can't leave them. They're on their way.
They're easy to unpack too.
Not really.
Yeah, if FedEx, if what FedEx says is true, then it's the ironic thing. It's turning up 2 weeks before I fucking move home, and I've got to write a review about it.
But on the fly.
Literally, I've got to take it out and put it somewhere because there's nowhere to put anything right now. I mean, Jesus, you see everything. It's just like it's on the floor and vertical or in boxes.
You've got to be cross-legged in the front room and on a rug.
You could use an AI text generator to generate a review.
I could use ChatGPT.
You could ChatGPT to generate a review and then just substitute the odd sentence. So that would be a very good way to do business.
Do you know what I the other day I've been watching this website for a while now because I was a little suspicious, and it's a Dutch guy has started this synthesizer related website, and I thought that looks familiar, some of the content. I was looking through it, and I noticed that on some of the articles this guy was saying this was published in blah blah blah, whatever publication it was, and then he literally cuts and pastes the article, including images, and he even to the point where, in some web articles there's like block quotes, so they take a quote from the text and they stick it in a little grey box, and it's like a little headline thing. He's even copied all of that formatting into his article. And at the bottom, he's put in written by admin, which it wasn't. And in some of the articles, he does say, "Oh, this article was published in such and such magazine," and in brackets, all copyrights, belong to them. Like that makes it okay.
Doesn't exonerate it. No.
Doesn't exonerate whatsoever. And so I'm looking through this website the other day because I've been a little bit suspicious of it, but I see these little notifications pop up on Facebook, and I thought, I saw this. He'd done an article on the Behringer JT2. You know, that little one-voice Jupiter thing that they said that we're going to produce?
Yeah, I saw that.
And I saw the pictures, and I thought, well, yeah, they're the Behringer pictures. And I saw the first line of the article, and I thought, that looks familiar. Like, that sounds like something that came up in my head. Hang on a minute. And I clicked on it, and he's fucking copied my article from gearnews.com verbatim. And dropped it in his website. Not even given a credit. It didn't even say, this comes from gearnews.com, or this comes from Rob Puricelli from gearnews.com. Literally, cut and paste, boom. So I'm thinking, like this. So I thought, well, I'll see what else I can find before I start alerting the authorities. And he's got Sound on Sound articles, literally copied and pasted. He's got Reverb articles, copied and pasted. So, yeah, I was like, whoa, that all looks very familiar. Oh, that's because he's fucking copied the shit.
Excuse me for 2 seconds, John. I'm just going to the front door.
Sure.
All right.
So yeah, if
That's a huntsman looking for a drink of water.
Yes.
Tap,
yeah.
tap,
So
tap.
I was like, "Fucking hell! Why would you do that?" I mean, well, I can see why you do that
Yeah,
because he's
freaking
lazy.
easy, isn't it?
He does put on. There's across the top of the website, which if anybody wants to check it out, it's called synthsforbreakfast.nl, which is a stupid fucking name. And
Yeah,
he's
I
got
mean,
all these.
it's got no fibre at all.
No. All these tabs at the top, and there's one that says disclaimer. And in the disclaimer, he puts this thing like, if you feel that there's content here that you feel is breaching copyright, do let us know and we'll take it down straight away. Again, that's no defense. You can't copy people's work and paste it on your website and then say, if you're offended by if we think we've breached your copyright, then do ask us to take it down. Anyway, I alerted the owners of Sound on Sound, who I know personally, and they were like, "What?" Boom, off they go. Half an hour later, we've tried to contact the guy, but the email address that he's put in his contact link is slightly incorrect. So when you click on it and you send the email bounces back.
It's about, yeah.
But they managed to find the correct email, and he has taken at least one of those articles down. And all other companies are now pursuing.
Well, you can see the irony, can't you, in him copy and pasting an article for a Behringer product.
I wrote that article under duress. My editor said we need to cover this, and I said I do not want to do this because I might have to say stuff that is not in line with this company's policy of fair and impartial. And we chuckled, and he said, "Write it." I said, "Okay, right." Yeah.
No, it's interesting because I figured I could review synths firsthand all day and do a YouTube channel, but rather than do that, I'd rather find the products that don't work properly or have implementation issues and solve those. It's a far more constructive use of time.
Yeah.
People will come to you for that as much as I'll come to you for a review of a forthcoming product. Exactly. While I was away from the camera, I just received 193 Osmoses on my front door.
All of them broken. Get your screwdriver.
Yeah. And
little letter saying, "You have been designated Australia's repair centre."
Osmo's Distribution Centre.
Yeah. Yeah, and given Australia Post's handling record, they're all in 3-inch.
Oh, tell me
segments.
about it, yeah. Peter Wilk loves sending me Fairlight components originating with Australia Post. Oh dear. Oh, there's stories I could tell.
I've
But they
actually
did-
bought, gone to the hardware store and bought high density polypropylene tubs to ship cheap synths in. So the synth might be worth $200. The tub is worth $100, just so I have the peace of mind of getting it there in a condition where it's going to be commensurate with it surviving. You know, and things like Roland organ strings. You know, with a it's a $100 tub that has to then go out with the extra volume and postage attached. It's you're right. The guy, I think those guys really need a small case of Steve the Bastard. I think if I do a European tour, I've got a couple of guys who sent me stuff off Reverb that doesn't work, namely a Selena that was in pieces when I got it, and a few other things.
They never
And it
ship
wa-
well. They never ship well, mate.
No, but they're fragile at the best of times. And I played that odds game.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the thing is that the big frame inside the case can move, even if the case is nice and tight, and the fucking thing's snapping about inside, isn't it? I got one here.
It's so you might have two shortly, Ken. I'll send it individually wrapped.
Yeah. Board by board.
That's it. Yeah, piece
And a wiring diagram. Yeah.
For which version? They're all different, aren't they?
Yeah. God, tell me about it. So, but I bought a MIDI kit for this. It says Selena on the back, but it says Eminent synthesizer on the front. Or no, wait a minute.
The other way around. I've got the same one, the Mark One. It's got the red lights, the LEDs in the buttons.
Yeah, it's got all the
Mark I
sliders, the
Eminent,
BCAs, and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. And I got the MIDI kit for it from Kenton. Put it all in, followed the instructions as you do. Put the instructions in, put it by the instructions, turned it on. Fuck all. So I phoned up John Price. Said, "Yeah, John, bought this Selena MIDI kit, and I put it into this Selena, and it don't work." He goes, "Did you fit it correctly?" I go, "It's me, remember?" "Oh, yeah, okay, right. Yeah, I buy about 3 a month off you. Come on." He went, "All right." He goes, "Oh, I don't know." He said, "Tell us a bit more about the Selena. Anything different about it?" I said, "Well, yeah, hugely, to be honest. It's a synth version." "Oh, it doesn't work in that." "Really? But it looks exactly the same on the inside. I mean, it's just interrupting the keyboard, you know." He goes, "No, it won't work in that." He goes, "It has to be modified." I went, "All right, what have I got to do?" He said, No, the kit's got to be modified." Can you bring the synth in?" I go, "Thank God we got the Chrysler. Fucking hell." Because this thing's big.
Yeah,
I thought
they
the
are.
Selena was big, but this thing's like, and it needs 2 people to carry it. And the guy that's bought it, I don't know, maybe he lost his legs in a train station somewhere because he thinks it's going to be too hard to walk across the room and play it. It's got to be done via MIDI. He goes, "No, I've got to have MIDI in it." It's like, "Oh, okay." So it's gone down there. That'll be weeks, mate. And
I had a crazy thought about the whole MIDI interface to old synths, and I figured the safest way for a Selena, the cheapest way, were actually to buy some solenoids and build a little frame above it and just have them tap the keys and record that. And but the other thing is with the Selena, there are so many workable replacements that I worry about the folly of trying to get that Eminent sound. You know, now that I've done it and it hasn't worked.
Yeah.
And there's another one on sale here in Melbourne, actually, just come up this last few days for another hideous sum, and I'm debating whether I have 2 that don't work, or whether I just cut my losses at this stage and try and fix the one I've got.
Yeah.
So
Because,
wondered,
sorry,
Okay.
they're 40-year-old synths. They're 40-year-old synths. They're going to fail, you know,
Or 50.
or 60. Yeah.
Yeah, or 60 now. Yeah, I've been saying 40-year-old since for 20 years. That's the thing. It's not good, is it? It's not good.
so I did think about seeing there was a MIDI retro fit for my Yamaha C25, you know, that
Yep.
early FM synth. And then I thought, but it was never designed to work with MIDI. And there would always be some sort of compromise, like the MIDI wouldn't do everything that a normal MIDI. And I don't want to be drilling in. I know, you know, like people like Kent will do this day in, day out.
It's not my keyboard. I don't give a shit.
Well, no, but there's just something about destroying a synth to add something to it that wasn't intended to be there, and I'm quite happy with it just being an awkward bastard. It's a manual thing. Like, if I want to include it on anything, I have to play it. And like Steve says, there are other alternatives.
I've got a funny story to tell. I've got a funny story. Back in '81, I had my first Odyssey, and it was with the PPC, and it works great. It still works to this day, funnily enough. But at one point, I opened it up and I decided to cut through the traces on the pot for the master pitch, and put a rotary switch in with bespoke resistor values, so I could dial up octaves as you would on a mini Moog or other sort of set. That'd be practical when I'm doing stuff live. I've got a 3-octave keyboard and I want to switch sound in pitch quickly. And I installed it and I tucked the whole circuitry inside an envelope, taped it up, and it's still there. And I haven't actually, I couldn't bring myself to drill holes in the front panel of the Odyssey because it was just too wonderful a device as a young 19-year-old to think of as being torn apart,
Yeah.
No. And it's still there. I've still
well,
got it in
no, that's fair dues. Whereas I've got an SH, well, I had an SH101 here, where the guy had his LFO slider had packed up, and for some reason the LFO sliders do seem to go on them. It's either that or the filter cut-off slider dies, and so he wasn't quite sure what he was doing. But what he did in the end was he put 3 wires from where the slider would be on the board to the replacement slider, which was outside the case, and then he just sort of like hot glue gunned it to the side of the case, and that was his LFO slider out there. And he brought it. He said, "Can you fit the slider for me?" I went, "Yeah, but I mean, you had to solder those wires in. Why didn't you just put the slider in and just solder the pins?" And he goes, "Oh no, it just seemed easier." What the hell? What? How? Where? Who? What? How could it? Oh, whatever. Okay. So I did it for him, but my God, really? Oh, man.
Other funny revisions I've done, I dropped a CE2 chorus pedal inside the clavinet and then put a little switch on the side so I could actually have that sound on the live device. It was a good option.
Yeah.
That worked fine. It was gently done. I also pulled when you hit the strings unit on a PE1000, if you've ever heard of PE1000 strings, it sounds like fingernails across a blackboard. It's a terribly strident, sawtooth sound. It doesn't have any chorusing. It's like they left the chorus out because it was too expensive. I've redirected that via the front panel. It now goes out a second jack plug on the back, so you could go through its own chorus. I used to put it through the RSA9 ensemble sound. It sounded great. So it actually sounded like a good string sound when you do that. So for the want of a chorus, the PE1000 strings were absolutely horrid. But nowadays we have a lot of options in that regard. Back in the early 80s, I wasn't very good or very rich, so you tended to do what you could to make things work live.
Yeah. But sometimes you get these MIDI kits from various third parties. You see them on the webs, you find websites or whatever, or they come up in Google searches. And I had a guy bring me in, there's a MIDI kit for the Jupiter 4. And he said, I took it to a tech, they fitted the MIDI kit for me. He says, the MIDI kit works fine. He said, but the portamento won't work at all. I mean, I'll have a look. I'll have a look for you. So I take, and it's this little board, and I was like, okay, whatever. There's only a few wires on it. It's just picking up a couple of TVs and a couple of gates. There's nothing amazing about it. And I'm looking at this thing, so I'm checking out the portamento. I go, well, let's make sure the portamento's working. So I check that out, and it's got this like quite high voltage on it. So what happens is you turn up the pot, the amount, portamento amount, and it goes, from bottom C to top C, it goes like that. You turn it right up, and it goes just as fast. And no matter where it is, it's the same speed, right? And I'm going, And I'm checking the voltage. There's a lot of voltage coming off this. And I look at where the MIDI kit is, and there's a wire that goes from the MIDI kit to where the portamento is, because you're supposed to be able to control the amount of portamento from the MIDI kit. But I can't get this thing to work. Okay, so I contacted the manufacturer of this. I said, look, I've got this Jupiter 4. I said, it has your MIDI kit in it. I said, I've checked the instruction manuals, which he had supplied with the Jupiter 4 when he dropped it off. I've checked it all out. It's been fitted correctly. But he's just got fast portamento. No matter what you do, it's like, I mean, it's really fast. You'd hardly know there was portamento on it. It's so fast. It sounds more like a memory mode, the lag on a memory mode. And I said to him, so I said, is there anything I can do to fix this? He goes, oh, yeah. He said, cut the yellow wire from the MIDI kit that go into the portamento. I went, yeah. I said, so, and then what? He said, oh, no, it never worked. I could never get it to work. I said, well, when you put it in the fucking instructions then?
Oh, dear God.
He goes, no, it doesn't work. He said, it only works on the, it depends on which keyboard interface board it has in it. It works on the very, very late one, which is the one I had when I designed the kit. He says, but I don't know about the older ones, and it turns out it doesn't work on the older ones. I go, but it's only a few of the late ones. There's fucking hundreds of the others. He goes, yeah, he says, I get these emails all the time. So put it in the instructions that if you got the old one, don't connect the yellow wire. Yeah, I should. He still hasn't.
Oh, jeez.
It's like, fuck's sake.
So.
Oh. So, and there's MIDI kit upgrades, synchronise. Oh, for drum machines, synchronisation for like CR8000 and stuff like that. And they don't work. Don't work. Doesn't matter what you do, you fit it, and it will not work. There's a clock pulse there, but for some reason it doesn't come out of the bloody MIDI kit. And they sell them. They go, yeah, you go, oh, you must have fitted it incorrectly. I go through the circuit and go, this doesn't work. Out of the box, it doesn't work. So Muggins here is it trying to get the bloody thing to work,
I always steer clear if I find something that I want to buy, vintage. If it's got a modification, I won't touch it. I just won't touch it because, like you say, you don't know what the modification is, whether the modification works. It's like with DX7s, all right? Something that I'm obviously quite fond of. The amount of DX7s that I've seen that I could have bought with the Grey Matter E board or the Supermax board or a couple of others, and you ask anyone that's got any of those boards fitted to a DX7, they are not without issues. Fitting that board will cripple something. It might only be a small thing, but it will always, because that's just part of the thing. You're fitting a third-party thing to a machine that wasn't designed to do any of the stuff. The Grey Matter boards were giving you sequencing, they were giving you expanded patch memories and all this kind of stuff, but there was always something that didn't quite work with it. And I'm thinking, yeah, do you know what? I'd rather not. So I steer clear of anything that's had any sort of post-production third-party modification to it, unless it's something that would be like proven, solid, reliable, and I don't even know which things would come under that banner. I know the Kiwi boards are supposed to be quite good.
The Kiwi boards are good, but I've had two that didn't work, but that was just manufacturing issues.
Yeah. And I would trust Kenton a lot, for stuff.
Yeah, well, he tests everything
exactly
thoroughly before they come out. But although there has been an occasion where, because they've got two new guys working there,
right,
and they're still learning the ropes, and one of them had set up the power connector for the MIDI kit on a Jupiter 8 with the wires the wrong way around, and all the opto chips on the Kenton kit went, bye, see ya, enjoy yourself. It was like no more, right? But of course I just phone up John, he nips over, within about 2 minutes, grabs it and says, right, I'll go and sort it out, bring it back tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
so nothing's an issue. But if
I'm actually
on the other
finishing
side of
it-
the planet it is,
yeah.
I'm actually finishing the design of a new card to put into a DX7, which renders it completely unusable.
They should sell. But you'll find that other people are always
That's
buying them as gifts.
So- And I'm going to purchase Yamaha's entire sales list of everyone who got one and everyone who owns one, and I'm going to send them a free one. And I think that's.
I'll tell you, I'll try it out on the DX7 that Kent has sent to me. I've got that. I'm having to. Yeah, I need to sort that out.
I've got a DX7 that's pristine if you need it, and a few.
Happily take
Look,
it.
I've got probably got 144 operators that all work. And when I add them together, all those sine waves, it sounds like a sine wave. It's really incredible how 143 of those sine waves just don't count.
Yeah, Joe, I've forgotten all about that DX7 you gave was put my way. I fixed everything but that memory issue. Put a new keyboard strip in there, and yeah, managed to get that for about 25 quid, I think it was. So all the keys work, everything works. It's just that it doesn't hold memory, even though the battery's supposed to be kicking out.
You
But
check
actually,
the
the battery.
diode.
I haven't. That's the thing. It was just like, I need to get to that, and then I didn't. And I had to put it back in its case. I think it's because I bought that DX7 via Matt, and it was just like, okay, well now I've got my DX7 that works. I'm going to put that there. This one just has to go back in its box.
Yeah.
So like that'll get moved to the new gaff, and at some point I'll pop it open and see if I can figure out.
Yeah.
The battery reports 4.7 volts, which is odd because it's only a 3-volt battery.
Yeah, well, they got let's try and think of some other add-ons that actually worked that were pretty good. Europa for the Jupiter 6. That was a good one. That worked.
Yeah.
The C++ computer for the Chromas.
Oh, really? Yeah. The what's that one?
All of them worked that I've ever fitted. I think I did about 50 or 60 of them bastards, and it's
What
really
was the
easy. 4
modification?
screws and a plug. Done.
What was the what was it called? It was a SH101 modification that gave you frequency modulation and what was it called? Behringer copied it basically and put it in their MS101. But it was a mod for the SH101.
It's unusual for them to do, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's strange. I don't know what came over them. But no, there was this. Oh Jesus, what was it called?
I don't seem to remember that
But
one.
it added.
It's mentioned in the Behringer MS101 blurb, I think, on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a, we've
I've seen it, but I can't recall what it's. I've never owned a 101, so I don't know. I just haven't come across one.
I'm trying to think.
Does it begin with N? Nova mod.
Oh, okay.
Nova mod, and it gave you these two controls that just to the right above the keyboard. It gave you frequency modulation.
Oh, yes, I know this thing.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's it. Oh yeah. No.
Yeah. No, I've had one or two here, but it wasn't for that to be fitted, or there wasn't anything with that. There wasn't anything wrong with it.
And there was. I think there was another one. There was a few SH101 mods. I mean, there was obviously the MIDI retro.
Yeah, it was the Devilfish, wasn't there?
Devilfish. That's for the 303.
For the 303. Yeah, but that's literally.
But again, yeah.
What a master ROM, master CPU upgrade, really, isn't it? Or anything else.
It was Robin Whittle did that, I think.
Yeah.
All this stuff,
And
yeah.
Behringer approached him. He told Behringer to fuck off in no uncertain terms because the deal they offered him was shite. And they went ahead and did it anyway.
They spoke to him first.
Well, yeah, quite.
Because they didn't speak to what's his name at Analog Renaissance, did they?
No.
They just stole his design. Yeah. Sure.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, in the hall I have, it's still there, I've got to look at it, the Macbeth M5.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ almighty. There's some real estate.
Mm. Indeed.
It's completely empty. And yet it takes 2 people to carry it. Completely empty.
Is he still making stuff?
I imagine he's making modules if he is.
Mm.
Something smaller and easier to ship.
I haven't seen or heard anything new from Macbeth for a long time. Not that that's my area of expertise in any way. Well, that implies that I have an area of expertise, which I don't at all.
Yeah, I haven't heard much from him. He used to phone me an awful lot, but...
What's his first name? Keith?
Ken.
Ken. Yeah, he'll be going with a K.
Yeah, the canny.
Ken Macbeth.
Right. So... I'll tell you what, that memory moke hasn't been on for 2 days.
Oop.
I'm going to risk it.
Go on then. Risk it. Bang!
I'm not even going to let it warm up. There you go.
I hate that period of time between fixing a synthesizer and getting it working, and the time it takes for you to get used to it not going bang again. And there is a period of time, like with the DX.
They are from Stone Cold.
Nice, but like with the DX1,
Yeah.
even though it got a completely rebuilt power supply, and it worked perfectly, every time I turn, even to this day, every time I turn it on, I'm just waiting for it to not work.
Yeah.
And I know that there will be a point when I'll get over that anxiety,
And that's
but I
when
haven't
it'll
got there
break.
yet. And it's the same with every Fairlight that's come through here.
Yeah.
It's
It's
like
the trauma. It's that repeat trauma.
So the last one, the one that's been sat around here for fucking ages, when I first fired it up, a column of flame about so big shot out of a tantalum on voice card 1, well, not voice card 1, the audio output card 1. And it was just this, you could hear, I mean, it was the sound of it as well as the smell of it and the sight of this. It was like a rocket. It was, and I just ran to the thing and turned it off and obviously popped the card out. And obviously it was only the card that was, damaged slightly. Put another one in, worked fine. But even now, when I turn that on, I'm just like,
Fingers crossed, yeah.
does it, doesn't it? Especially one of those, because if one goes, all right, you replace it, but then the other ones might decide to put out a bit. So, yeah, it's always fun.
Oh, look, I've had all sorts of practical gig problems arise mid-gig, and they're always the fun ones. I had an MKB 300 where a screw had fallen loose out of the downwards and had managed to land on something, and the keyboard just wasn't going to work for love nor money.
Yeah.
And so it made the last half of the musical Pippin much quieter than the first half of the musical Pippin.
I had that with a SCSI to SD drive. So whenever we get a Fairlight in, we'll obviously the hard drives, we just say, forget it, we don't even bother. So we just rip them out and we put the SCSI to SD drive in. And I hadn't mounted it properly, shall we say. I was a little bit careless. I've learned this lesson. And I'd let it rest against something and it had slipped. And now it was touching bare metal. And I turned the system on and it went, and there was this big ping as the power supply decided to go, "Whoa!" And it took out the complete digital rail. And so you turn it on, some lights would come on, but nothing else would happen. And all it was this fucking SCSI to SD board had shorted out on the metal casing. Learned that lesson. But it was luckily so. It was just a few fuses, and that's the one thing I love about the Fairlight is this whole massive package of fuses, one for each everything. So if anything does go wrong, it's usually just replace the fuse.
and not
And for
replace
me-
a Fairlight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it was always the OBXA Assassin, which is when you have an OBXA.
That's what the A
open-
stands for.
Yeah,
OBX
Yeah.
Assassin.
because you open it up, you've got the front panel sitting up, and you got your boards, and the power switch is over here behind. You have to reach behind to get to the switch that's on the top there.
Yeah.
When you reach round, there's a piece of card that's screwed to the front panel that comes down like that, and behind there is where the IEC connector and the mains fuse is. Now, whether it's turned on or off, there's mains going to the fuse.
Exactly.
And you reach around to turn it on, and you're actually going behind the card. And the amount of... if I had £1, for every time I've gone, "Ah, your mother! Bastard thing.
Yeah.
And it's weird, because on the 110 ones, you've got a converter running, and you go, oh, ow. But when it's 240, you can literally punch yourself in the face. It's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a big jolt. I've done it only a couple of times.
Yeah.
You don't tend to do it happily
You
again.
don't, yeah. So now I do reach so far back and then come back to the front panel to get the switch. Just
So I won't touch a Fairlight power supply because it stores so much fucking voltage.
yeah.
Even after you've turned it off and left it for a while, you'll get a fucking kick in the arse if you do anything. So it's like, I'll replace fuses. Anything else, Peter, send me a new power supply or recondition one, because he started to put mean wells in there, and they're a lot smaller, a lot more efficient. But yeah, I won't fucking touch a power supply because I'm not electrically.
Well, there's two power supplies that I'll
Educated.
always have bad luck with. One is Wurlitzer 200A.
Mhm.
I always electrocute myself on a Wurlitzer 200A without trying. The other one is the Korg Prophecy.
Really?
Yeah. The switch mode in that, it holds its juice for like eons. And you go, oh, let's put the power supply back in. it's like a fucking thing. Yeah, holds it for. Well, it doesn't hold it after you pick it up, but
No, quite.
yeah. So well, that's that discharge. It's safe to put in now.
I didn't know
It's
that.
always,
I've-
always big capacitors in the rectification stage. It's just
Yeah.
smoothing capacitors hold a lot of juice. And they can
Yeah,
hold it for a
rated to
long time.
400 volt, and you think,
Yeah.
Well, in the Series 2, Fairlight, the fucking capacitors are as big as a fucking Coke can.
mm,
Yeah.
Huge things.
yeah.
I wonder where I left those cans. But anyway.
No, crazy stuff. No, I draw the line at power supplies. Yeah. I'm just not that way inclined.
Yeah, it just annoys me that I got the power supply in that DX1 working, ran it for like 2 or 3 days, and it's fine playing it. Yeah, it's fine. And Ty goes, "Oh, can I borrow that?" Yeah, off you go. You had it a day.
Yeah. But the thing is, like I said, what I think what happened with that power supply is that everything was on the edge of failure at some point. And eventually, when one thing went, it was almost like dominoes, It was
Yeah.
just like the one thing went, then that was... Because when Howard had it and took it apart, he found, one faulty bit, and then it revealed the next faulty bit, and then that revealed the next faulty thing, and then... So
Yeah.
in the end, he just, fuck it, I'll just replace all those bits. And it worked.
Yeah.
And touch wood. I haven't powered it on because I can't get to the fucker at the moment. There's all these boxes in front of me. But I was doing my I got one of these websites where you can put in the dimensions of a room and then the dimensions of your objects, and then you can move them around in the room
Gotcha.
and place. And I think that I can get the DX1 in and have space to move around, as well as everything else that was in here before. I know it's bizarre, but I think I can have it actually in the middle of the room. So I will have my I'll be surrounded on 4 sides, either by a desk or by some keyboards.
Yeah.
but I'll be able to have the DX1 in there, and I can turn around and actually use it. Because at the moment, I have to like book time downstairs in the room to go and have a play.
Well, it'll make it worthwhile then, really, with the whole move.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just that.
Yeah, exactly. And I might even have space to put up my tall 19-inch rack unit that I haven't bought yet, but will buy once I've figured it all out. Because I need to put all this rack shit in a rack. I've got all this.
Can I make a
stuff.
suggestion?
Go on.
Had exactly the same offer. I had it off of a big computer 19-inch stand, which was about 9 feet tall, which was probably going to be useful. But I couldn't transport it or get it into the room physically because of its dimensions. But I found that if you use 6 to 8 U rack boxes and run those, it's easier when you need to take something out. It's easier when you just need a part of the rig. It's easier. Yeah, you've got to run a bit more cable length. Okay, I get that. And it is frustrating, but because you can't always see on the back. I can't always see on the back, is that the portamento switch, or is that the holder, or is that the phono output for audio? But my experience, having now got probably close to 40 of those 6U to 8U boxes and a couple of 12s, which I use for the Yamaha mixers. It's a question of mass, because the other thing is when you put a single pillar 19-inch stand there, and you plug your MKS20 and your D550 and your other heavy units into that rack, you've got a huge pressure pushing down on that one part of the flooring. True. Unless you're on concrete. Yeah. The mass of that's incredible. And then if you need to jiggle it or get in behind it, forget it. So you've got to then sacrifice space just for access. So the boxes I've found are far more practical. Yeah. And you can mix and match them as you need. And I reckon that it's a two-edged sword, mind you. But
oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I was looking at it, and obviously I'm going with... I mean, I've gone into the room and I've measured it with my own tape measure, because, estate agent measurements are always a little bit generous, shall we say. So I've gone in and I've figured out exactly I can fit both my Jasper stands across one wall with a little gap, so that's nice. Yep. My desk isn't huge, so that can go in the corner. I can get the KX 88 with maybe something above it on another stand, and then the DX1 the other side. But I've got enough width, I think, between the back wall. What was I going to put against the back wall? I can't remember what I was going to put against. Hang on, let me check my plan. I was going to put the KX88 against. But anyway, I've got this space which is about 20-something inches, just low 20 inches, that I think I can fit in. That's it. If I fit the DX1 as part of the circle of doom that I shall sit in the middle of, I can then get this. I could actually probably do what you just said and get maybe 3 12U racks, and then I can maybe put something on top of them, which would be handy, rather than have one vertical column, which I think the one I'm looking at is 28U in a vertical stand.
Yeah. Do your mass calculations on what you're putting into, because if I put TL Audio and the old Roland 80s digital delays and the reverbs are all very heavy. Yes. And then you throw in a couple of Kurzweils and a D550 and MKS20 or whatever it is, and very, very soon you're lugging probably close to 120 to 130 kilograms in a 12U rack. I only use them for the Yamaha 16-channel mixers because they're light and it's just the front panel, and it's just to house them in a way that goes upwards rather than horizontally. But the other thing is that I have the unique experience of a room in my house where none of the angles on the corners are 90 degrees. There's something else, and that can deprive you of just enough space that there's always a concept I wanted to achieve, which you see the big concert Jean-Michel Jarre live from his living room, and they have Francis Rimbaud and the other players playing along and doing the Oxygen music live. I've always wanted to get a rig that you could fit and do that show, but in a toilet. so, so, I'm going to embark on that later this year. That's going to be a little project where 4 people in a toilet with miniature devices replicating the work of Jean-Michel Jarre live.
Yeah.
Live from the toilet, and I think
Nice.
we need that antidote. And it
Oh, yeah.
surprises me that nobody has done something in the likes of Spinal Tap, but for synthesizers. Nobody's actually taken
It's
the piss
ripe.
out of the piss take of the synthesizer, and yet it's ripe. It's ripe for that. So,
Although there is that Lords of Synth on.
yeah.
Yeah, everybody knows Lords of Synth. That was
Yeah.
kind of spinal tapish, wasn't it?
Mockumentary. Yeah, look at
Yeah.
But I was thinking of a 4-player all-female synthesizer group from Liechtenstein called Vaginatron. I think that takes you towards the sort of effrontery that is required for good satire. I think.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely it's ripe for yeah, it's definitely there.
Yeah, so it's like getting your modular synthesizer from IKEA. It's the same sort of concept.
Yes.
Anyway, on that note, gents, I'm going to leave you, and it's been great chatting.
Likewise.
I think the bladder bag's just about full, so I'll go and empty it out over the osmoses, and I'll catch up with you another time. All righty.
All right, bud.
Have
Good
a good
day,
one.
Steve. See
Cheers,
you
bud.
later.
Nice stuff, mate. Take care,
Thanks,
bud.
I like him.
Oh, he's a good laugh.
He is.
Because he'll phone me from Australia. He'll be on the phone with me for like an hour and a half. I go, mate, you're phoning me from Australia. You do know, don't you? Yeah, it'll be all right.
Yeah.
Fuck it, So,
I'm still trying to get my head around not having a landline when I move into the new place.
landline? What's that?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I still have a landline. I'm sorry, but I do.
The deal that I was done for my super fast broadband
Yeah.
was that it doesn't come with a landline, and I was like, oh, what do I do for a phone then? And the guy at the other end says, well, you have a mobile? I said, yes. There you go. Yeah, I know, but I'm old-fashioned. I've grown up with landlines. I've got to have a landline. He said, why? Well, I suppose, yeah. He said, you can have a landline. I can sell you a landline if you want one. It's just that your
See you, Paul.
internet speeds will drop down to what you're currently at the moment. I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can't you do both? No, we can't do both. It's one or the other, mate. Oh, okay. But BT. So my mother-in-law's on BT, and she has fibre to the property.
Right.
And her router has a telephone socket, RJ, whatever it is, can't remember. And they've just switched her to their VoIP plan, which is called Digital Voice. But she just plugs her landline, or she plugs her telephone into the back of the router, and there's some witchcraft that goes on in the router and allows her to use her regular phone as the same landline with the same number, but through her router, not using the actual landline. And she doesn't pay anything extra for it. It's all part of the package.
Yeah.
But I remember at least 15 years ago, Orange. I was with Orange at the time, that eventually then became EE. They offered me a router with VoIP, voice over internet, and they said, we'll give you this thing, so you don't you're still getting your internet and everything through the landline, but you're making your calls using the internet.
Yeah.
And we'll give you a new number. So the new number, my actual landline phone number, was 0845. Well, I can't even remember what the bloody number was. which confused a lot of people. When I said, when they said, what's your landline? I went 0845. They thought I was having a laugh because they thought it was like, I'm giving you the number for, chickswithdicks.com or something like that. And I was like, no, seriously, that's my landline. It's an 0845 number. And we had that for ages, and then they killed the service years ago. They killed it, so I went back to a regular BT landline thing. And but yeah, as of 2 weeks tomorrow, I will cease to have a landline telephone number, which is weird. But I think, why do we need it? We don't need it anymore. So yeah, but it still feels odd.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I mean, we used to have the same number. We had it for donkey's years. And then I think when we went to Virgin, back then BT was very protective of their numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And you had to have a Virgin number.
Yes.
And that was the only reason we got rid of our, was it 393 0755.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for me, remembering that is a miracle. Because I can hardly remember the current one. And it was kind of sad to see the number go, but I mean, but the number we've had for 30 years, I suppose, or something like that, whatever it is. Must be that now. And, just the front bit kept changing. So. But yeah, it's become one of those things where I just don't think about it anymore.
No. I mean, I don't do any. The only people that call our landline is mother-in-law and my brother-in-law, and a couple of things like Jackie does regular blood donations, so they call on the landline. But it's virtually nobody calls on the landline anymore. So, it just it doesn't really. It's hardly ever used, but.
Yeah, we see with my one, you get the whole planet phones me up on it. So
I remember, right, in the late 70s, we were living in this village in Norfolk where my dad had his restaurant. Okay,
Yeah.
so we were literally half a mile apart, and he wanted to be able to have his business phone line divert to the home phone. And it was the height of modernity at the time that what they actually did, BT actually fitted a cable connection from the restaurant to the house.
yeah,
So we had this extra phone on the wall
yeah,
that would ring if he had pressed a switch at the restaurant to say that he wasn't there anymore. So when he left the restaurant to lock up, he would have to press this button that would then flick a switch somewhere, so that if anybody rang to book a table at the restaurant when he wasn't there, it would ring at home. And it would ring on a separate handset that was mounted to the wall, that we could then pick up, and then we'd answer it as Lalakanda Restaurant and take bookings. And it was just like, oh wow, that was just like, fuck,
Yeah.
that's modern.
unbelievable. Yeah,
And we could actually call Dad at the restaurant without it being a charge. We could just pick up the handset and press a button, and it would ring this. The phone he had at the restaurant was the big old rotary dial
Yeah.
thing that you
Yeah.
lifted the handset, but at the front of it, it had these buttons. So there was one button to switch it to the thing, and you could actually ring Dad at the restaurant directly without actually using a phone line. It was just like a direct wired connection. So if you wanted to speak to Dad, or Dad wanted to speak to us, we could just pick up this phone, and it was just like, whoa, this is it's witchcraft. What's going on here? You
I know.
think about it these days, it's just like
remember the heady. I mean, I remember when we borrowed it. We couldn't afford it. We borrowed it off somebody for a couple of nights, and he had a modem that we could plug into the computer, and it was with the dial-up phone, and you took the handset,
put the
and
handset
and you put it
in the
into the
phone.
thing.
Yeah.
And he's explaining to us how to use it. And honest to God, he was a lovely fellow. He was a friend of my mum's, very, very posh. And it was literally like, right, pay attention, Bond. This is how you operate here, that kind of thing, you know. He says, yes, and then you put this in, and then you'll dial it. You'll call up this little app here, and we didn't call it an app, this program here, and you type in the number of the server or FTP that you wish to speak to, and all this sort of thing. We're going like, Yeah. So he ended up writing it all down, so we could. And I think one of the first places we went, don't ask me why, was the government palace of the president or prime minister of Japan, because they actually had a place you could go to.
Right.
They actually listed that you could go to,
Yeah.
and they had, for want of a better word, a website. But you literally, I think we were dialing to get to a website, you know.
Yeah.
And you dial in, there's the communication, and then this thing, line by line, was appearing
Yeah.
on the screen. Yeah, it's all like, fucking hell. So,
I remember. Do you remember when you used to be able, with the old rotary phones, if you tapped the buttons, when you put the handset down, there were two buttons.
yeah.
that
Oh, yeah, you
would go
could
down.
dial out by
You could dial out just by using
just tapping
that.
the numbers. Yeah,
By
yeah.
just
If
tapping the numbers.
And then pause.
I think,
3.
yeah, you have to be quick
Pause.
enough.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pause. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, and apparently, and I never know if this was true or not, but apparently, if you did that, it wouldn't register on your bill. But I'm sure
it
that
does.
wasn't
Trust
the
me.
case. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure
trust
that
me.
wasn't the case.
Because
But
we
as
thought that
kids-
as well, and we did a
Yeah.
very, very long phone call, and then my mum went fucking apeshit when she got the phone bill.
Did you ever used to do that thing where you just used to just like randomly dial a number and see if it rang?
Mm.
But you try and get as many digits in as possible. And I did that. I was babysitting for someone, or my girlfriend might have been babysitting for someone. And I said, yeah, let's play this game where you just dial any number and see who gets at the end. And we dialed this number, and I don't know where we got. It was somewhere the other side of the world.
Yeah.
And we were like, just laughing down the phone. Then we were only on there for a few seconds, and we hung up. Of course, when the babysitter got their bill through the next month,
Yeah.
there was hell to fucking pay. But yeah,
Kids and phones.
yeah, indeed.
Innocent days.
I remember.
Or
when we
were
got,
they?
I got to remember when we actually got the tones. Was it DT something or other tones? As when you press the button on the phone nowadays, you get that tone.
Yeah.
And we were like, wow, that's amazing, because I think my bank account at the time gave me this big chunky thing that I could put over the mouthpiece of a phone and dial my PIN number in or whatever it was to get into telephone banking or whatever it was. This was sort of like in the 90s, I think. DTMF codes, I think that's what it was called. And again, you could dial a number using that instead of the actual handset, but
Yeah, see it. Phone pranking.
I was rooting through one of these drawers, just getting rid of a whole bunch of rubbish, and I came across one of those devices that you put your chip and PIN card in to do a challenge response thing to get access to services online, which of course they don't do anymore because it's all done on a mobile phone, or they send you a text with a code in, and all these bloody devices.
I remember why we used to do the tapping.
Mm.
My mum put a lock on the phone.
Yes, that's
Had a
it.
trill.
Yeah.
We had a trill phone, and she put a lock on it.
Yeah.
But he found that if you tapped it, you could get through to somebody.
Yeah, yeah. My stepdad used to do this thing where he wouldn't actually put a lock on the phone. See, this is the measure of the man. He would actually sellotape, gaffer tape, the handset. So he would just put tape around it. So I couldn't physically lift the handset off. without breaking the tape, and then of course I would then have to put the tape back in the same. He would put socks on the on the inside of the door handle to his bedroom whenever they went away.
Yeah.
To tell if we'd been in his bedroom.
That's rather obsessive compulsive, isn't it?
Weird. It's fucking weird. The fact that he had a 12-bore shotgun in there was that wasn't the point.
And he goes, I think if it was about the shotgun, I think the big holes in the wall were going to be the giveaway, not whether the sock had fallen off the handle.
Or his stepson had gone on a murderous rampage around the village.
Yeah.
But it was weird stuff like that, They'd go away for the weekend and he would tape the phone up. And like, my mum would be, well, what happens if Rob needs to get in touch in an emergency? Well, you can go up the phone box. The house is on fire. I can't get out of the house. What do I do?
Yeah, let it burn.
Yeah.
Because you ain't fucking using that phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Funny, because I was stood in the kitchen, his kitchen this morning when I went to see my mum. We chat away like nothing ever happened. We literally came to blows numerous times. Happy days.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yeah, I often wondered what my relationship with my dad would have been like had he lived. Would have been. He seemed like a very intelligent person, but I must admit, he had a funny idea about education. Well, like I said before, wasn't it? He wanted me to go to a private school. He couldn't afford to send me to a private school, so he gave me like the equivalent of a private school education at home after I've come home from school.
Oh, great.
It just went on and on. And it's the futility of some of it. Like, I could recite the capitals to every single country on the planet. If he wanted it alphabetically, I'd do it alphabetically. Or if he wanted it reversed alphabetically, I'd do it reversed alphabetically. That kind of thing. The trouble is that through the turbulent 70s and early 80s, a lot of these capitals were disappearing faster than you could remember them anyway.
Yes, yeah.
And entire countries were disappearing.
Yeah. Honestly, you look at a map from the 1970s and it's nothing like
what it
is today.
Yeah. Find Rhodesia on the map. No, I ain't going to find that, mate.
Who's that?
And knowing all these different...
Eritrea.
And China's got, 3 capitals? 3 main capitals? You think, that's a bit unusual, isn't it? A country having 3 capitals. But then you go, hang on a minute. I think we got 4.
Yeah.
Last time I looked.
Exactly.
So, we're just a couple of tiny islands. So, there you go.
Yeah.
But there's something about, teaching a child at the age of 7, algebra and stuff like that. It's, and, learning the periodic table. Oh, Jesus Christ. Which constantly updated anyway.
Yes.
And, the planets, their size, how far apart they were from each other, mate, you name it. Star constellations, do this, that, and the other. Greek mythology, and generally history, and stuff like that. And knowing all this stuff, school was so boring because, right, today, children, we're going to do, the Tudors. Yeah, I did that 4 years ago, I know all this, And instead of just acing everything, because I knew it all, I just I can't be asked with this, I already know it. I mean, there was a kind of rebel going on. So, as far as school was concerned, I was, as dumb as a brick. So.
Yeah. Right, I'm just going to go and point Percy at the porcelain.
Guys are still here.
We've got nowhere to go, mate.
Oh.
That's what's wrong. You got your Bluetooth working then?
No, I'm on the laptop now.
Okay.
Finally done with the fucking bullshit for the weekend. The server migration and restores from hell. So I got about 7 hours sleep the whole weekend. So.
Oh, Christ. So there's no such thing as Sunday for you then?
No, it's just one giant day.
Yeah.
with a couple short naps here and there. But at least, this is cool. I'm glad you had this today, and also Ramsey was fun. But other than that, the weekend was shit. So. But hey, could always be worse.
Behind you now. It's behind you now.
Yeah. Well, there'll still maybe some people bitching about this and that, but what are you going to do? Some people love to complain.
I know I do.
Well, I mean, I do too, right? Everyone loves to.
Yeah.
Just first world problems nonsense.
You got to vent. You got to let it out. Let it out.
Yeah.
So, anything new and exciting on the horizon for you?
Well, Grace is coming to play in San Francisco with
Really?
her band. I mean, she's the tech,
Yeah.
And so I'm going to do an EMOM thing on Thursday. But I think there's some kind of a food break before they have the show. And I was tempted to go to the show. She's going to give tickets, but I'm like, you know what? I want to do this EMOM. I haven't done one for like months now.
Yeah.
Except for a VMOM, which doesn't count because you just post a video, right? So I really want to do this thing. So I have to check the roster tonight, make sure I'm still on there. As long as I'm still on there, I'm going to do that. But I have a couple hours before that there's an open spot, so I can hang out and we can chat and stuff.
Yeah,
for a bit. It would be fun. And go do
Yeah.
my little dumb show. So, so that's pretty much the only exciting thing this week, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something for Clown Fest coming up for Piero the Acid Clown. So we'll see what happens with that. Probably just a studio tour thing, which will be fun enough anyway. So
Yeah. Oh, that's something, isn't it?
yeah, something to do, keep me busy, keep me out of trouble. But how about you? Any? Did you get the other memory mug working?
No, the one that's left over is the bag of bits, basically.
Just junk. Oh, okay.
Yeah. We'll see if I do something with it or not. But no, today was Overheim 4 Voice Day, which was bag of fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing on it works at all. And you can fry eggs on the programmer.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's not Happy Bunny by any stretch of the imagination. So, but we'll see how it goes. I normally get them fixed. It's just they're a bit weird sometimes. But we'll get there.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I'd rather have it out of the way and gone and done, but I have to go through the horrible part of the process first.
When you joined the call thing yesterday, those dogs were outside. Was it raining?
No, I think it had just rained.
Okay, looked like it might have rained. That's why you had them outside. So
yeah, yeah. No, they come out. They stay in the kitchen normally.
Yeah.
With Fiona, just in case there's some bits and pieces on the go.
Drop treats, yeah.
Yeah, so if she's doing clearing plates and stuff.
Nature's vacuum cleaner.
Exactly. Yeah. So. But she was trying to keep them indoors because there was a pair of crows in the garden gathering dog hair.
Oh.
Because they're nesting at the moment.
Sure, yeah.
So, yeah, and they were going around the garden doing a very good clean-up operation, actually. Getting rid of Charlie drops clumps of hair, like the size of bloody tennis balls. And they're going, well, thank you very much, I'll have them. So I'm going, cool, saves me having to clean up the lawn. So we kept them in because they just chase them off, But
crows I love crows. I know people get mad at them and stuff, but they're so smart. They're just funny. They're hilarious.
They mate for life, don't they? And
Corvids are very smart.
Yeah, they're very, very intelligent. And I think we've got 4 or 5 mating pairs in the oak trees that down the bottom of the garden here. So I put food up on the top of the workshop for them. And if they want to come down the garden and get some nesting, I'll put the dogs inside for 10 minutes and let them get on with it. I'm sure they see me, close the cat flap and come back into the workshop because literally within 30 seconds they're down on the lawn, rooting around.
Yeah.
So good for them.
I had 2 delightful encounters with nature today.
Oh yeah.
I took my daughter to work at like 5 o'clock this morning, which is why I'm massively surprised that I'm still awake at 1 the next morning. But on the way home, there was a pair of ducks just in the middle of the road. There's no body of water anywhere, maybe a ditch or two, but a male and a female just in the middle of the road, like going, what the fuck, what the fuck, where did we go, where the fuck, where are these lights coming from, what the fuck? So I slowed down, stopped, and they just decided to move back to the field. So that was quite cute, because we used to get ducks here quite a bit in the back garden, because we've got a pond, so they used to use that. Anyway, and then when I went to go and see my mum this morning, there was at least 4 red deer just trotting over this field, just 100 yards away from where I was.
Yeah.
Coupled with males with the big fucking antlers and shit.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out how to cross the road around the corner there, which is not a hugely uncommon sight, but it's rare that you see them sort of during the daytime. They tend to sort of come out at dusk. But this was must have been about 11 o'clock in the morning. And they're sort of strutting around in the field. Yeah, it's rather amazing to see those close up.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, they're amazing.
We've got some robins hopping around as well in the morning. It's always about the same time. And it was quite funny because Fiona goes, I love listening to them singing in the morning. I said, darling, they're robins. They're not singing. Darling, they are cussing and swearing at each other, saying, this is my tree, fuck off, Rob, fuck you. I said, that's what they're saying.
Territorial, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And she goes,
Blackbirds.
She goes, you spoil it for me now.
Blackbirds are really cool, singing wise. We had one here a couple of years ago. I'm not sure I heard it last year. And it had a particular tune. And every day you'd hear that tune. It would be so much, you'd hear it so often that when you hear a song and it gets in your head a bit like an earworm, and I would hear this tune and I would just be constantly sort of like, whatever it was, it was just in my head. Fuck me, it's just like, but it's beautiful stuff. The blackbirds are lovely. There's a lot of them around here, but
do you guys have an equivalence to mockingbirds out there? Like wag-tailed mimids, so this little group of birds that has a little certain kind of body shape and this long tail that they kind of wag around and stuff.
We have
wagtails.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
They're great because the one here called northern mockingbird. It's just a beautiful animal, and they're very aggressive. And they used to dive bomb my cats all the time. It's the funniest damn thing. And they're not big either. They don't give a shit.
Well, it's like I did this private joke with Richard Hilton about because I sent him a photograph and I said, look all these Canadian geese that land in the field, and they land there regularly every day, right? And they're big, big birds, And when they come over in their chevron, going, doing their business as they go over, right? And Richard goes, the Canadian Air Force. So when he was here with Dom. And we could hear them coming. So I said, Canadian Air Force. And as they came over, both me and Richard are going, as they fly over.
Yeah. So take off, eh?
Yeah. And Fiona's looking at us going, what the fuck are they doing? Canadian Air Force, darling.
We get a lot of owls around here as well.
Who?
Most of the time you only hear them, but every now and again we get. If you get it at the right time of day, which is sometime around dusk, so it depends on sort of the time of the day. But driving here to the village, there's barn owls.
Oh yeah.
And you'll see them they'll just literally fly beside your car.
Yeah.
For a little while and then just veer off, and they're so beautiful, so gorgeous. And it would feel like it's a proper moment because there's this fucking barn owl. It's just like,
and they look ghostly too, which just helps. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
There's a really Sacramento Wildlife Refuge up here, the National Bird kind of Sanctuary. They fly, basically Pacific Flyway, and so all the waterfowl, all the raptors that go eat the waterfowl, and everyone just congregates in these areas. And there's hunting nearby, and I'm not a hunter, but I over the years learned to respect their duck stamps they buy, help preserve the wetlands. So as awful as it is, they're killing these things. Their money is doing more than most environmentalists who don't fucking give any money. So, but they anyway. So there, you hear gunshots in the distance sometimes, but it's a beautiful place, and it just at night there's a fly out, and the sky is dark with birds. It's just outrageous. And then as you're driving at night, you'll see on the little road posts barn owl, like they're all over the place. Yeah.
I was. You often see things like harriers and other sort of birds of prey around here, because you'll be driving along and you'll see a bird in the sky and it's just not moving. It's literally just doing that thing. It's just hovering.
Is it a kite?
No, harrier. And then it comes down and boom, yeah.
Oh.
But every now and again, if you're lucky enough, you'll see a buzzard, and they're like 4 foot tall fuckers.
Yeah.
On the top of a tree or even a lamppost. Fucking huge things. They're just sat there going, yeah, what?
Yeah, what you got to do about it?
Yeah, they're fucking having it.
It's like Vinnie Jones who's sitting there like,
yeah,
what do you want?
So yeah, it's just I love birds of prey. I've always wanted. I would have always loved to have had a bird of prey. There was a pub that we used to play at, and he had a buzzard and an eagle owl or something like that.
Yeah, very.
He'd raised them from birth, and they'd imprinted on him. And whenever he would go in the cage, especially when she was in season, the buzzard would try and fuck him.
Oh yeah.
And it was like the fucking weirdest thing. There's this buzzard that stands sort of 3-4 foot tall with these massive wings. He's trying to hump the landlord.
There's this little micro canyon at UC Santa Cruz, and I went there. Actually, just years before I went there, they had a program there for redistributing peregrine falcons, which were almost extinct from DDT and a bunch of other stuff. And so they had to build a special puppet to raise the young peregrines that look like the parent, a little rubber puppet. They would feed them, so they always imprint on the bird. And then but after they're an adult, and they taught them. I forgot how they did it exactly, but they had a hat that had a certain shape on it. And when it's that time of year and the male's randy, he would come up and just mate with the hat and squirt into the hat. And that's how they get their collections.
I'll do that.
Yeah. It's like, God, it's a nice hat.
I thought you were more a sock guy myself. So there you go.
Sock, yeah.
Sleeve of my favourite jacket, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. It's reached that point.
That reminds me, I was telling the bad jokes the other day. There's another one with the sock. But I already kind of spoiled the joke a little bit. But why did the sperm cross the road?
Go on.
I wore the wrong socks that day.
Oh, God.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, be a while before we hear that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But if you like birds of prey like that, you should volunteer at a zoo. I mean, I worked at a zoo for like 25 years on the weekends, and we had tons of volunteers coming in all ages to play with we had a red-tailed hawk, we had a bald eagle, we had a couple of great horned owl for many years. We had American kestrel, which is this tiny falcon. It's so damn cute.
Well, we had Chesterton Zoo,
Yeah.
which is now Chesterton Worlds of Adventures, and you'd be lucky to find any fucking animals there.
Yeah.
Bristol Zoo, which is the oldest zoo, I think they said in the world,
Well,
but definitely in the UK, closed. I think, about 2 weeks ago? I think 3 weeks ago it's closed. Oh, it'd been closing over time because they had to find new homes for the animals, including the tortoise that was 100 and Christ knows how many years old. And I had to try and coax him out of his enclosure that he's lived in for 2 human lifetimes. And so, yeah, zoos around here are getting a bit sparse because I think they're falling out of favour.
Well, because I
Yeah.
think part of the problem is they don't make them educational enough. You know, one of the best ones in the world is San
Yeah.
Diego Zoo. If you've ever been there,
Yeah.
it's botanical garden, it's a zoo, it's a captive breeding program, it's everything,
Yeah,
and it's
when it's more
incredibly
about
educational.
conservation, yeah,
Yeah,
when you got the whole conservation thing connected with it, it makes
everything.
perfect sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
because that's where they're going to end up eventually. Some of these animals are going to go extinct. Sorry to say,
Yeah,
that's what we're going to do to everything. So
yeah. But I mean, a lot of zoos were more sort of like entertainment, and then
yeah,
when people
menageries.
weren't,
Like, hey,
yeah,
look at these weird things.
yeah, and then when people weren't really bothered about it because you could watch Days with Attenborough,
Yeah,
do it, and you go, why would you want to go to the zoo for? So, which is a shame, but there you go. But if it's, there's certain zoos where when they closed, you sort of like you were glad they did.
well, the stuff people would say coming to the zoo I worked at, and it's a nice little children's zoo and museum, so it's not like a big concrete jungle. It had a lot of plants, and it's kid friendly and fun and stuff like that. But some people come with the worst attitude. And this one woman, one time, I was feeding the bobcats,
Mm.
and they're just beautiful, wonderful animals, right? Soft and fun. They're still wild, but they're pretty fun. I could
Yeah.
pet them and hang out with them and stuff. But she came by one day, and she's like, she's got a big old fur coat on. That's the clincher.
Yeah, there
And
you
she's
go.
like, I don't really like what you guys doing here with animals in captivity like this. It's really wrong. It's like, I said, I had to be nice because I'm a city employee. I can't just tell her to fuck off.
Mm.
But I basically said,
Can have
well,
a try.
yeah, trust me, I really wanted to.
Yeah.
But and also children are present, so I don't want to make it too nasty.
Yeah.
But I basically said, so I noticed you're wearing a fur coat. That had to
Mm.
come from captivity, and a lot of animals had to make that coat. And you're probably later going to have a hamburger, so you're going to kill a bunch of animals for your food, and blah 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 blah. It's just stormed away.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, bloody hell. There you go.
you just don't have to be nasty. You just present a few facts, and they just get mad and huff away. So
Mm.
just like we were talking earlier about the whole vaccine stuff, people just are so stupid.
Yeah, well.
They love to be stupid. This whole Chris Rock thing about loving to not know something. Certain type of people that just love to be stupid
Mm.
because it's not cool to be a nerd or to be educated in so many
Apparently,
ways.
yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought forearmed was forewarned, but there you go.
But no, zoos can be great.
Mm.
I've been to some horrible ones, but and then you have the whole like Joe Exotic guy, the Tiger King, who's
Oh,
now
it's
running
his-
for president. Apparently, did you see that video?
No.
No.
Oh my God, he's insane.
Sake.
I went to this zoo in the north of England. It's near the Lake District, it's in northwest, and it was about a couple of years after we went, it got shut down because it wasn't treating its animals well. But when we were there, I mean, obviously you don't see everything, but
Yeah.
it looked like a really well-run zoo, and a lot of things were literally out in the open. They weren't caged in. But we went into one place where they'd got a whole bunch of birds, and it was huge. I mean, it was just like, it was the size of a fucking cathedral, but it was
Yeah.
just a cage.
Yeah.
So the
Big
birds
aviary.
could,
Big aviary, yeah.
yeah, the birds could fly around at some great distance and height, and there was loads of trees and everything. And so you've got, but we were walking through there, and I stopped and I turned around to see where Jackie was, and I felt something on my shoulder, and I looked, and there's this little white parrot, and she just literally came and sat on my shoulder, and she was like nuzzling up against me. And she wouldn't leave me alone. I was walking through this thing. I was like fucking Jack Sparrow.
Like you're gonna steal it. Like,
And I fell in love with this thing.
Yeah.
Because it was so cute and so gentle. It was just like, it would sort of nudge me, and I would just stroke his little head. There was a little thing on it. So gorgeous. And people were taking pictures of me with a fucking bird on the shoulder.
That's
and
great.
I was just trying to find a picture. I haven't got one on my phone. But yeah, it was just lovely looking thing. Lovely
I think more
looking
people
thing.
have experiences like that would just be happier people in general. So
I thought, oh, I'd love to have one of these at home, but then no, then if I have it
They're
at home,
hard.
then it's in the house, and yet, you know, so no, it's just not fair on the bird. But
I had a blue-fronted Amazon parrot for years, and I finally, because I had to move, I couldn't keep it. But I also was like, these birds live like 60 years. I don't know if I want it that long. I like it. It's a lot of fun, but they're messy as hell and destructive and noisy.
Well,
yeah,
I tell you what, I wish dogs did.
Yeah.
I know my uncle had a parrot as a pet, and he had to get rid of it in the end because it just became too much. Just too much.
You also have to be careful too, because like I don't, they're not so common anymore, but Teflon outgassing from pans can kill them over
really?
time. Yeah, that's a toxic thing for them. So you have to be careful of like things you do now because of your pets.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like the chocolate with the dogs, even though I know people give chocolate to their dogs. So.
Yeah.
My boss did the same thing. He had a chocolate donut at work. He gives it to his dog when he brings his dog in. So
Yeah. I have very, very, very happy dogs.
yeah.
Very happy dogs. Yeah. They want for absolutely nothing, that lot.
Well, the sugar in the donut probably kill them faster than the chocolate because chocolate donuts are so wimpily chocolate. There's almost no theobromine in it, so it's fake chocolate stuff.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, they don't have chocolate very often, but especially Charlie. I mean, what he does now is I think about 11:30, something like that. He goes up to the Quality Street tin and goes, dink. Like that. I go, oh. Okay, dink. Like that again. It's sort of like, then he looks at you, dink, dink with his nose. You go, all right, 1. Give him a fudge, half a fudge.
And then you get the dance.
Oh, yeah, and the little tap dance that he does at the end. He twirls around and then goes with his ears back. You go, oh God, how can you resist that? Come
You
on.
have to, yeah. That's
Wow.
that's cruel if you don't do it then.
Yeah. He's asked, he's danced. What more? What
He's
more?
playing for his food, yeah.
Yeah, bless him. So, but they have become quite. I don't want to say massive pain in the arse, but it is a massive pain in the arse in the morning. And you come downstairs and they're all waiting and they're all dancing and hopping around. Noah doing his 3-leg hop because it's first thing in the morning, sausage time.
Oh boy.
And my God, I'm not even allowed to go and even turn the percolator on. You know, I have to go and give them their little bit of sausage first. Otherwise, because what Charlie does now is he waits until you've turned away from him. He runs at you, jumps up and pushes you, jumps up, pushes you like, here you go. Get all this from him. And he's there going, yeah, okay. God, you know, first thing in the morning, you know. I mean, I get up in the mornings now and every bone in my body clicks. You know, I sound like Pinocchio getting out of bed. It's like, and he's like, I can't even go and have a piss first. I have to go and give him the sausage.
You got a routine. You got to keep it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of lucky with the cats because there's always somebody up before me to feed them. But, yeah. Oh, blimey.
Now, Fiona would be face down, snoring with her arse sticking up in the air. I've got to deal with the sausage time. Man.
I mean, you could have a dispenser with a timer, I suppose.
Yeah, but knowing Nelly, she'll find a way of sort of like reprogramming it to do it like for every 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Nelly's very, very smart. Very smart indeed. Where Charlie, even though he's a lovely big dog, he's
dope.
He's not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Yeah.
He's just
Most
a-
dogs are dopes, and that's kind of what's fun about them. They're just
Yeah. Whereas Nelly is just too smart.
yeah. Most big dogs you just want to wrestle with and run around and throw the ball and use them as a pillow. I used to use my golden retriever as a pillow all the time watching TV.
Yeah.
So
Whereas Siri's my backpack. She climbs onto when I'm laying down on the settee, she climbs on my back and rests her head here
yeah.
and curls up and goes to sleep.
The bad part about using a dog as a pillow, though, is occasionally they'll outgas, and then it's right there.
Oh, especially when they get older, there's nothing worse than old dog fart. Oh, yay.
My little cat, the one that's she's like a dwarf cat. So we got this little throw cushion on the sofa, and she's sat on top of it, in typical cat loaf fashion.
Yeah.
And she's like face planting into the cushion. She's that gone. And then she lets out this little. And how when dogs fart, they sort of go, "Oh, what's that?" She was like that. It was the tiniest little fart, but she was like, "Oh, was that me?" And she sort of did that whole sort of go around in a circle a couple of times and then snuggle back down again. It was the tiniest, delicate little fart for this tiny little cat. It woke her up.
It's like one of my friends that I work with. He comes down about once a week. He drives down from Coventry, and on the way, he said there's this butcher's that does, fresh meat from the farm, butchers. And he always goes in there and he'll buy sausages, 4 sausages. And beautiful, meaty sausages. And he always brings them down for us. And the dogs know they're for them, 1 sausage each, right? And so when he comes in, oh my godfather, Charlie, he's like a completely different dog. Because that dog, he would fly to the moon and back again for a sausage, that dog.
Well, it's like Snuffles. You ever see the cartoon Snuffles?
No.
He's on the Quick Draw McGraw show. And he always goes,
"Hey,
"Hey, boy, would you like a biscuit?" And he goes, and he throw it, and he does this thing, and he goes, he's hugging himself, and he floats up in the air.
Well, Charlie now does something that we've never seen. I've never seen a husky do, let alone Charlie.
Let's find a link of that.
He goes up onto his back legs and walks on his back legs up to him. And he jumps around and he goes mad because he knows he's going to have sausages for him.
That's funny.
Yeah, and he just follows him around. When he sits down, he sits next to him and snuggles up like this and everything like that. The rest of us, we can just fuck off. He's not interested. You all go now. He's friend with the sausages.
That's great.
And he loves it. Tiny loves it. He just goes, yeah, go away, we'll get him some sausages. So... And
here's the
Fiona
Snuffles,
Cockham, and I'm not kidding you, they are gorgeous. We've had some of them. We've been allowed a piece. It was like, God, that's really beautiful. Like that.
Yeah, I found the Snuffles link. Check it out. He's hilarious.
Yeah, I'll check that one out. I don't think it made it to.
It's
UK
Quick Draw
TV.
McGraw. So if you get the Hanna-Barbera stuff, you would have seen it.
No, do you know what? I don't.
I think we had Quick Draw McGraw over here.
He's the horse that's a cowboy. It's a silly. Yeah. And he has a little donkey buddy, Papa Louie, his little donkey buddy.
It was probably on. I might have missed them.
See, in your Quick Draw, we have to do this thing. Yeah, it's like totally kind of racist kind of approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different times, Andy. Different times.
Cancel culture.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go to bed.
I think we both have to, mate.
Yeah, you guys did a long one. I mean, it's just started later, but it's still long.
Yeah. Is Inky still in the chat?
Yep.
Yeah, she's there. Oh, good, because it was technically her fault. She requested.
Yeah, somebody asked about your shirt, Robbie. What is on that shirt? Oh.
Oh, the moon.
It's it's a Stephen Wilson tour shirt. It's the Raven That Refused to Sing and Other Ghost Stories by Stephen Wilson. And that was from that tour. I saw him at the Albert Hall. It's an amazing album. Talking of amazing albums, I just rediscovered an album by 10 Years Later.
Pass.
Yeah. It's like lesser known. They're like blues rock, sort of Led Zeppelin blues rock.
Oh, okay.
They're from Nottingham, and they've just reissued their biggest selling album. They did about 8 or 9 albums, over the years, and it's proper. Yes, if you like Led Zeppelin, you'll like this. It's very good.
Are they? Whereabouts can we locate these individuals?
What, the band?
Yeah. Have they got anything on YouTube or?
Yeah.
on
If you go onto
Bandcamp?
YouTube, if you go onto YouTube, actually, I found a link to their album earlier.
Oh, cool. Because there can be some workshop listening tomorrow.
It's really good. But yeah, if you like Led Zeppelin, sort of that sort of bluesy rock, early 70s bluesy rock kind of stuff. Where are we? 10.
I'm basically listening to anything now, as long as it's 30 or 40 years old.
10 years after. There we go. They had a song called "I'd Love to Change the World," which is a real sort of like bluesy, almost a psychedelic rock type thing.
Yeah.
Kind of hippie-ish, but yeah, it's that sort of stuff. It's really, really good. Where's the full album? Here we go. Somewhere on here. I think you'll find it on YouTube Music or something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 10 years after, and the album's called A Space in Time, 1971. It's very good.
Oh, good. It's a good vintage.
Yeah. They did they've done like a 2023 sort of remastering of it, and then they've also released it in surround sound as well, which I can't wait to hear. But unfortunately, my kit's all packed up now. Yes, it's very good.
Right, so you got much on tomorrow?
Who, me? Day job, and then in the evening just packing a few more bits up.
Once you got all the stuff off, how does it take to take the rack down?
It didn't take me that long at all. I slacked off all the connections on either side, and then just pulled them all off basically. And so now, if you can see,
Does it stay together as like an A-frame thingy?
No. If I just turn, what have I done there?
Uh-oh, you broke it.
That's all right. There we go. The thing is, if I undo that, I know what I can do.
So do you put it in a box? It all disassembles? You put it in a box?
Where are we?
Hey guys.
Hello.
Camera. Present extra camera. And we use this one. Alexa lights cool.
Okay.
There we go. So.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
That's most of my Jaspers there.
Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, man.
And then there's a couple of ends to one of them there, and then the other one is in the corner, just there.
There you go.
And then basically there's a few synthesizers there, and then there's a few here that haven't got boxes that are going to have to be transported manually.
Is it Jasper's the same design they've always had, or is that like an older style?
No, it's just a Jaspers. That's what they have.
They got a different They got a couple different styles, right?
Black and silver.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Because I've got mine are the same Jaspers as your ones, aren't they? With the hinge at the top.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
they-
What I've got one that's it's the 156, so it's 150 centimeters wide and 6 tiers from top to bottom, and then the other one I've got is a 154, which has 4
There
tiers,
they are.
but it has a gap underneath it that you can put other, sort of like boxes. So I've got the Fairlight underneath one of them.
And there's like a stock kit, and you have to buy like accessory shelf sizing things and stuff.
So yeah, they do loads of different configurations. So you can buy 120s, 150s, depending on the width, or you can buy different heights, different tiers. You can do A-frames. You got the stands. You got some of them they're purely vertical. Some of them have got A-frame type things, and
So your basic 6-tier ready to go. How much is that?
a lot, about 300 and something.
Oh wow. Okay.
I think I paid 330 UK for my
sounds
6
about
tier.
right.
I'm seeing.
But it's
I'm
worth
seeing,
it.
Yeah, I'm seeing 431 euros for the expensive ones, and then 411 on the lower end.
Yeah, it all depends on the configuration. But you can buy you can buy spare parts and then customize. So like once you've got like a 6-tier one, you can buy attachments that will give you a tray for your laptop or whatever. So you can customize.
But is the low one so low you have to go on the ground, like sit on it to play?
Oh yeah, on the 6-tier one, it's on the bottom. Yeah. So you put the keyboards that you use the least down there, and just MIDI them up.
Yeah, MIDI them up, sound module kind of thing.
But for me, it's just getting them onto a stand, and
Well, that's what Kent's got his the ModWave on. It's just one of those attachments, right?
Yeah.
Do they have a little light thingy so you have a light under each keyboard kind of deal, or you have to rig up your own thing?
They don't do anything like that. I don't know.
Yeah, they're not doing. Yeah.
I had to basically use sticky lamps under my stuff, so.
And you can buy extra. So you've got the crossbars, but then you've got the actual bars that the synths sit on, which clamp onto those. So you can buy different depths of those to suit different things.
The crossbars, support arms, and then the racks that you can put wheels on.
Yeah, I've got one with wheels on.
Yeah. There's a bar in the front and bar in the back for like your big, like say O1W, T1, Prophet T8, that kind of stuff.
Can it move though with stuff on it? Are the wheels strong enough?
Yeah.
Oh well. Okay.
Oh yeah, some of the best stuff.
Yeah, I've had some cheap keyboard stands in the past.
The one thing that I would
Disaster.
say about Jaspers, and I didn't know this when I bought my first one, is buy the locking rings. Absolutely. So you put these locking rings on the bars, and they have a little key that slots into the socket that holds the bar, and then you clamp that on, and it makes them absolutely rock solid.
Yeah.
I've had a DX5 on one of those, and it hasn't shifted a millimeter with those locking rings on.
Yeah, I got them on the tier for the Oasis.
And then it looks like they come with a couple 19-inch rack ears that you can put on there too.
Yeah.
Like 6-face.
Yeah, there's loads of different configurations. So then you've also got black or silver. I will buy them again if I need them.
Oh, and then looks like they make actual standalone 19-inch racks too. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I was going to try and get some better stuff, but I made do with the 3-tier stands that Guitar Center sells, the Pro Line ones. They've got like a double X bass, and then 3 solid tiers when you really lock them down hard. I've never had any problems with them.
Yeah,
So,
I got a friend that's got a Juno Stage over a Jupiter 50, and it's rock solid.
yeah. But you do have to secure it, really. You have to wiggle it a bunch and make sure you've got all the teeth mashing together before you crank it down. Otherwise, it could go kunk and stuff will fall down.
I had a couple of old quick locks like that.
Yeah. But I mean, some I've had since the beginning. I mean, some like they're probably from 2004 or whatever when I started collecting more stuff, and never had any problems with them. They don't look that strong. We look at the welds.
Yeah.
They're fine. They don't break.
Yeah, I got an on stage that has the Argo lock system. It's got the handle that you can squeeze underneath. That. And I've had that for 20 years, and I've had a 1W Pro X, Trinity Pro X on it. Nothing. It's been rock solid.
I was going to try and get some of those Deltex stands because they're kind of cool looking, but they're not that practical. They only hold 2 things.
I had one. I wasn't a fan of it. It's like no room for pedals.
But they travel well.
They do.
Yeah.
But no room for pedals, and they're not very comfortable sitting down.
Yeah.
Although I do have one of the stay stands, the tower stands, that you can put pedals underneath. You can kind of sit down at it, but I don't know. And then I did have a Vintage Ultimate A-frame Actually, it was a 2-tier, and then it had 2 short arms, so you could put like a couple of like drum machines, like microKORG or whatever. I kind of wish I still had that, but that was a pretty, it had metal clamps, everything was metal on it. It was pretty solid. They folded up. Yeah, I wish I still had that.
Yeah, anytime I want to do like, oh, go ahead.
I have to say that's where most of my stuff is at the moment. That isn't in cases of boxes. So.
Oh wow.
2 Emaxes. There's a Fairlight. There's a DX5.
Yeah, Fairlight.
Z1 is there as well.
Is that the KX88 on the right?
Yeah, that's the KX88 just there.
Yeah.
Those are all coming in the car. Daddy won't let them go on the truck.
Yikes.
That'll be a few trips.
Like I say, that's got to be a few trips in the car.
And the DX1's got to go in as well. So.
I knew a guy used to carry his 13-inch Newtonian telescope in a BMW, which is not easy.
Anyway, I'm off to bed. I will see you guys soon.
Radio.
Yeah, all right. Better knock this on the head.
See ya.
Yeah.
Oh man, 1:30.
I know. I was up at 4:30 this morning as well. Yesterday
I was
morning.
Say, we'll probably knock it on the head about 11:30, 11:45, something like that. Work, school night and all that.
You know how these things go.
Oh man, I know. Well, we'll do it again in the week, no doubt.
Yep.
Yeah.
No
There we
doubt.
go.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
All right. See you all later.
Right.
Yeah.
Take care.
Take care. Look after yourselves.
You
Have
too.
a good week.
All right, and buddy. Bye.
All right. Have a good night.